is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Thursday, June 26th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, we will recap round one of the NBA draft. We'll talk about the Mavs and Spurs picks and some of the big storylines from around the association. Plus, Steve Sarkisian recently sat down with the folks at Third and Longhorn. We've got some sound from the head coach of the Texas Longhorns talking all about the upcoming 2025 season and the big culture turnaround that has happened here in Austin. It is a big day for Texas recruiting. One of the top Longhorn targets for the class of 2026 will make his decision later this afternoon. We'll tell you what he means for the future of Texas football. We've got some more conference realignment conversation, a little Major League Baseball to get into, and a wedding bit that we have to decide is good or bad. Some controversy on a story that has gone viral on the interwebs. So plenty of sports, plenty of fun to get into over the next couple of hours on a Buck Off Thursday edition of the show. Be sure to send in your Buck Ons and Buck Offs throughout the morning. Buck on to you, my friend. How are you today?
I'm off a little bit because I keep missing these forecasts. Somebody got rain yesterday. It had to rain somewhere. I looked out from where I was, none here, none in my vicinity, but I looked out to the east. And my goodness, it was dark as could be around 4:30, 5 o'clock. I'm like, wow, there's got to be rain coming somewhere. And then my little alarm went off, but I never got rain. Did you get some in where you were again?
I did. Got some rain, and then it turned into a gorgeous sunset last night.
Really?
Oh, my God. Just a beautiful color sky, a little hint of orange and some pink and some blue in there. I mean, it got dark. It rained a little bit, and then it turned into just a picture-perfect sunset, at least around me.
Yeah, I didn't feel like it was going to rain. My body didn't feel like it was going to rain until next week, but it's like Florida now here. It's like, coming in the afternoons, a little downpour and then stopping and getting warm outside. But I don't care. I can be off all I need to be. As long as it rains, it's fine. It's fantastic. But other than that, everything is good, man. It's just another beautiful day.
It is the continuation of birthday month as we are now 3 days away from your 70th birthday. And you were not really ringing in the new year the right way because you've had like 4 doctor's appointments this week, and I think you have 4 more before the week is done.
Yeah, I've got to do some rehab stuff today. So my first rehab day with New Fit is today. But once again, I mean, I call on those people when I start in balance problems and not feeling right, I go to them and they make it go away. I've had, I love my relax the back chair, but there's some days that it just goes too far where I do things that are too stupid and a chair can't help you. And I call on them. And when I call on them, it has always worked. I've never gone to this place without getting some relief from them. So I'm calling on them because of the balance thing. I can't keep losing my balance. So I've been working out and, everything's good. I went yesterday because I may have to have carpal tunnel surgery on my left hand.
Oh.
Yeah, because that thing was falling asleep and I've got some numbness in the tip of my fingers. So I went and they poked some needles into my muscles in my forearm and in my fingers and then told me to push. They were pushing against, and then with a needle in your muscle, you've got to push back on it. I don't remember doing that with the other side. That particular, I would have remembered that. Because that shit hurt, sticking a needle into your arm and into your muscle and then pushing against the force of what they were doing. And they said, yeah, there's a couple little weak spots and I can do with the surgery over there. So I'll have it done in August. I mean, that thing only set me back, 2 golf weeks. That's about it. And the doctor did say, he goes, you go right ahead. You can play if you want to. He said, but you got stitches right there and stitches in the palm of your hand. If you open those up, it's going to take a while. So, and I was careful last time, and 2 weeks off in the month of August when it's probably 100 degrees will be good anyway.
Yeah, it's too hot for you to golf, right?
Sure.
That's against your rules. You don't play golf when it's above, 95 outside?
95 is the new norm now.
So it'll be above that. So that's a good time to get it done. And you're such a big typer. You're such a computer whiz that it's no surprise that you need carpal tunnel on your other hand too.
Oh, the lady who was starting out the test yesterday said, "You must be something on the computer, huh?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I work really, really hard on that computer. I'm doing a lot of work on the computer.
Yeah, you do use
Hours
the
on
computer
end,
for a couple of
typing away."
hours. That counts, I guess. Opening the computer, clicking a couple of links to
And
get
shutting
here,
it
and then
down.
shutting it down. I guess that requires a lot of wrist activity. So that all checks out, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. She said, "You must spend a lot of time doing that." I'm like, "No, not at all, lady." I said, "I just don't. I don't want to screw up my golf swing." The doc said, "Hey, this is going to help your grip too a little bit." And I'm like,
You-
"Really nice. I'm moving up, and it's going to help my grip. What else? What else can there be? I just need more birdies, brother. I need to make more birdies. And now, when I move up, I can get on in regulation and have at least an attempt at more birdies. That's
Yeah.
what's gonna that's what's gonna hurt these guys, because if I get on these greens, I can putt them. You know?
Right. Oh, yeah. You are a good putter. And that's a buck on to that right there because it sounds like you'll have more opportunities to take some money from your buddies because I think they've been taking a lot of money from you over these last couple of years. So you got to get back at those fools here once you turn 7-0.
Yeah. I mean, they're like, "Well, we're gonna be taking pictures of you if you go to the red tees." And I almost like, I don't care. Maybe I'll bring a little cap to put on top of the tee things here so nobody sees it. I mean, I shouldn't even
Hey,
care.
yeah, you shouldn't care. Hey, take a picture of this scorecard after I kick your ass every time we're out here.
Hey, take a picture. That's what I'm gonna do. Here's some numbers on the scorecard.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's right. I am gonna be the new skins leader here every round, I hope.
Hey, take a picture of this cash that you're giving me because you're never going to see it again once this round is done.
The word is I don't get any strokes though. I'm not getting that. I guess until I get a handicap from being up there, the strokes will come out. But right off the bat, I don't get the strokes that I was getting from being back where they were. So
Well,
I mean, it
you've
sounds
already had
fair.
2 strokes, haven't you? So shouldn't you get something for having
Oh,
2
gee.
strokes?
I should have been getting more. I should have got 2 more strokes with the real strokes that I've had. You're absolutely right. I've been getting screwed.
Yeah, you should be getting +2 for every round that you play because you've got a leg up on your competition when it comes to that category. Those are real strokes right there.
Oh yeah, the old doc said yesterday. I had told him about um, my amnesia,
Hmm.
and he said, "Yeah, we're getting some of that out of nowhere. You know, guys and gals coming in with, I don't remember where I am today, but he said some of it only lasts about 4 hours." I said, "Mine's was a whole day," but he said, "Yeah, but we're having stuff that like 4 hours to 8 hours, and then their memory comes right back." So that he doesn't know what that is. They haven't found out what that's all about yet. I said, "Does it
Yeah,
have anything to do with the strokes that I've had before?" And he said, "Really, not really." He said, "These other people have never had anything, and all of a sudden, bang." I said, "Maybe they're hitting their head too or something." He goes, "Nope. I don't know. Maybe it's just the environment. Who knows?" But I don't
yeah,
want to have that shit again. I need to know
no.
where I am now.
Need to know where you are now. Yeah,
Absolutely.
gotta be stress related, gotta be lack of sleep, maybe lack of hydration, all of those things, but
All
some
of
of it
those
might
things.
be uncontrollable. Like, I'm not a doctor, you shouldn't listen to my medical advice, but it feels like a combination of those things could cause you to just mentally shut down the way that you did a few months ago.
Yeah, no, years. That's been a couple years now.
Has it?
We first started into this adventure. That's when that happened. Remember Circuit of the Americas?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't remember. I don't keep track of when you turn transgender or not. That's on me.
Yeah, that was good. That was the weird. That's got to be the weirdest day. I've had some weird days, but that was the weirdest day not being able to get home, not knowing
Yeah.
where I was to get home from the airport. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those who fight for us each and every day. Thank you for what you do to you and your families. Do be safe out there, please.
Yes, indeed. Buck on to all of our men and women who serve our great country, both here and far. And Buck, we'll dive into the sports conversation. The NBA draft, I should say the first round of the NBA draft went down last night at Barclays Center in Brooklyn. No surprise at the top. Even Nico Harrison couldn't screw this one up.
No.
Dallas Mavericks selecting Cooper Flagg out of Duke. By far and away the best player in this draft class, one of the most highly anticipated prospects coming out of college in recent history. led Duke to the Final Four this past season. He also led Duke in points, rebounds, assists, steals, and blocks. So he stuffed the stat sheet every night at Cameron Indoor. We talked about him a little bit yesterday. We talked to Matt Babcock, who's an NBA draft analyst during yesterday's program. 6'8", incredibly high motor, great skill set. I like the Scottie Pippen comparison.
Oh, yeah.
That's obviously best case scenario for the Mavs because Scottie Pippen's a Hall of Famer and one of the best 75 players in NBA history. But, Scottie Pippen was never the best player in the world, but he was so good at everything that he was such a valuable asset to his team that, number one, his team won a lot, but number two, he was a perennial all-star because of all of the little things that he did every night. If Cooper Flagg is the next Scottie Pippen, then the Mavs have themselves a really, really good player for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, if he stays healthy, he's going to be good for years to come. I mean, he's just so solid in everything he does, just offense, defense. I mean, his assist, everything he does is good at rebounding, and his quality of defense is, compared to what you see in the NBA. That guy will be, and he doesn't mind hitting the floor. He just plays hard.
Yeah, and that's hard to find, right? Like it feels like in basketball, especially, so many of the best players have just these giant egos and they're not willing to do the dirty work.
Sure.
They're not willing to dive on the floor for a loose ball. It's like, hey, I'll do the scoring. I'll put up 30 points a night, but like you guys do all of the other things. I'm not going to play.
You guys find somebody else to get on the floor. I'm not doing that.
Yeah, you can find somebody to play defense, find someone to rebound, find someone to do those hustle plays. Like I'll just get buckets every night. That's my job, and y'all do the stuff that I don't want to do. I don't know if Cooper Flagg is ever going to be a 30-point per game kind of guy, but I feel like he's going to be a 20-point-a-game guy who puts up like 8 rebounds and 6 assists, and has a few steals and has a few blocks. And again, like if you play fantasy basketball, this is a guy that you want on your team because he's going to fill up the box score every time he's out there. So
yeah, when I looked at those first 6 or 7 guys that got drafted last night, all of them are all-around offensive players. But boy, a couple of those guys are really solid on defense too. And if you watch them through the season, they get after it. The kid from Baylor is a defensive player too. I mean, he's such a great athlete. He not only can score, but that guy can defend too.
Yeah. How about the first 8 picks of last night's draft, all freshmen? It's the first time in NBA draft history that the first 8 picks have been one-and-doners. Pick number 9 was Colin Morey-Boyles out of South Carolina, who we saw, very, very talented player who went to Toronto. But yeah, a lot of freshmen. I mean, that's the way of the world nowadays. And you're seeing more guys. There was an era, Buck, where guys would skip college and go straight to the G League because they needed money. Like college players weren't getting paid, at least over the table, and you could skip college and go play for the G League Ignite and actually get paid and technically start your professional career. Now, because of NIL and all of the money that these dudes are racking in for their 6 months in college, that's not really a thing anymore. So I think, you're going to see a ton of one-and-doners high in the draft every year moving forward, as long as NIL is still going the way that it's going.
By the way, I didn't put Trey Johnson in that defensive category.
No. There are a few guys who don't belong in that defensive category.
Man, he's one.
Yeah, real quick, some sound from Cooper Flagg as we work our way down the draft, and we'll talk about Trey Johnson ending up in Washington. But here was Cooper Flagg after the selection, talking about his excitement level to be going to Dallas.
I mean, I think it's incredible. I feel really blessed for the opportunity. I mean, like you said, it's not normal to be in this situation and be able to go to somewhere like this. So I feel really blessed for that, and I'm just really excited to be a sponge. I'm going to try and learn as much as I can, be surrounded by a ton of, vets, great players, legends. So, I'm really excited to just get down there and start learning.
Boy, oh boy, if that team is healthy, that's a pretty good basketball team right there now.
It is. I mean, you think about the Mavs' projected starting 5. Look, you'll get Kyrie Irving back. He's probably not returning until January, so he's going to miss a good chunk of the season coming off that torn ACL. But Kyrie Irving, Klay Thompson, Cooper Flagg, Anthony Davis, and then either Derek Lively or Daniel Gafford at center. Like that's a pretty good starting 5. It's not like Oklahoma City level good, but it's playoff caliber good. And like you said, if those guys stay healthy and if Cooper Flagg is the dude that the Mavs hope he's going to be, then, that's a team that can make a little bit of noise in the West.
Yeah, it'll all depend on Kyrie, how he comes off of this knee. I mean, because he's an older dude now. If he can't be just a, half speed kind of guy. He's got to be a guy that can still score for you. So That'll all depend on that, and they'll take their time on that. They'll take their time and let Cooper Flagg get used to the NBA style for the first year. I mean, people are going to expect a lot of them, but I got a feeling if Kyrie's not what you think he's going to be, in the latter part of the year, and he's still struggling a little bit, they're going to they're not going to rush anything.
Yeah, the Mavs put themselves in a weird spot because it feels like they shortened their window with the Luka trade, right?
Yeah.
Because Luka's a lot younger than Anthony Davis, and generally he's been a lot healthier than Anthony Davis. So AD is not as old as Kyrie, but he gets hurt all the time. And you're thinking,
right.
Well, if that guy gets into his 30s, he's probably going to get hurt more. People don't get hurt less the older they get.
True.
So it's almost like the Mavs, they're at that balance of we've got a 33-year-old Kyrie going on 34. We've got an aging AD who gets hurt all the time. So we kind of have to win now, but also, we can't mortgage the future of our franchise because we've got this 18-year-old stud who we got to make sure he develops the right way. Otherwise, he might not be the Scottie Pippen or Kawhi Leonard type that people think he could be. Then, it's a weird situation for Dallas. The hope is Cooper Flagg is just the next rookie who, like Wemby. I don't think Cooper Flagg's as good as Wemby by any stretch, but like you literally saw Wemby take the league by storm in year one, and it's like, oh yeah, this dude by year 2 or 3 is going to be a superstar in the NBA. You hope you see those flashes for Cooper Flagg to where it's like, okay, yeah, while Kyrie's still kind of in the prime of his career, and while Anthony Davis is still not in street clothes every night, the Mavs have a chance to win something of note. But
yeah, Cooper Flagg would have to fall off the end of the table for that thing, for his skills to disappear. What we saw even this year.
Yeah, I think he's going to be really, really good. So there you go. There's the Mavs pick at 1. Buck, the San Antonio Spurs, as expected, they go with your guy from Rutgers, Dylan Harper.
Man, is he a big guy? Dang.
He's 6'5", but 213. I feel like he's a little bigger than that. He
looks bigger than that. Yeah, he looks like a dadgum big ass tight end looking dude. I'm like, wow.
Yeah, no, he's got some muscle to him for sure. And man, he had a couple of games last year. I mean, look, Rutgers was a bad team. They were 15-17 last year.
How did they get to be so bad with the two players, or the two guys that they've got?
Yeah, well, it shows the importance, number one, of having a good team. And you look at like the recent champs in college basketball, it's teams with experience.
Yes.
Like you got to have NBA talent, but look at Florida's roster. Like Walter Clayton Jr., he was a first-round pick, but that guy was a senior in college. Like a lot of their guys were juniors and seniors. A lot of those guys transferred in after being
the 2 stars at Rutgers were freshmen.
So, yeah, they should have been better than 15-17, but like you're not seeing freshman loaded teams win championships these days in college basketball. But man, Dylan Harper had just some ridiculous scoring games last year. Jumbo playmaker, strong frame. He can play downhill. The big question with him is his shot. If he can develop a good, consistent 3-point shot, then he is going to be, an all-star type of player. But I think at worst, he's going to be, maybe what his dad was. Like Ron Harper, 5-time champ as a role player. Early in Ron Harper's career, he averaged like 20 points per game for a couple of years. Then he started getting to better teams and was more of a depth guy, so his stats weren't as good. But he had a lot of game with him, and I think Dylan's ceiling is a lot higher than his dad's. So
I do too.
Not a super explosive athlete, not an above the rim type of guy. Some questions about his lateral quickness on defense, but he scored, close to 20 points per game in a major conference this past year. Crafty finisher, good playmaker, and I like what the Spurs are building. De'Aaron Fox, Dylan Harper. They've got Stephon Castle, who was the rookie of the year this past season. Devin Vassell, Jeremy Sohan, and obviously Wemby at center. It's a pretty young team, but there's a lot of pieces that San Antonio has to work with, and there's a reason why a lot of people think the Spurs are about to be another force in the NBA for the next decade or so.
Yeah, I was happy with Philly taking Edgecombe. That was exciting to hear more about that guy. When you watch him play, that kid just plays hard. He's Scott Drew. He's just one of those kind of guards and he's young. So I think Philly got a good deal with that. I was glad they didn't take Ace Bailey. I was like, please don't do that. Please don't go. that's not what you need. There wasn't that long ago that you had, who was it that they took that never panned out? The guard, the big tall guard that went mental on them and couldn't shoot, wouldn't take any shots. What was that dude's name?
Markelle Fultz.
No, not Fultz. The other one.
Not Fultz?
No, not Fultz. Didn't the 76ers have a guard that was a big, tall guy that wouldn't shoot?
Fultz wasn't big, super big and tall, but he had the horrible shot and didn't shoot, and then just completely busted in the league.
Why is that guy's name not coming to me? He was Ben Simmons.
Oh, Ben Simmons. Oh,
remember Ben Simmons played for them?
Yeah,
and they couldn't get that guy to. That guy just tanked it.
Yeah. No, you're right. No, Simmons had a few good years in Philadelphia, but yeah, you're right. Big point forward, basically, and just was scared to shoot and never developed a shot. And now he's robbing teams because he's still making a crap ton of money.
Is he still in the NBA somewhere?
Yeah.
Wow.
I know. Yeah, that guy had a promising start to his career, and then he went full Jimbo Fisher.
Oh, yeah, he did.
He got all this guaranteed money, and it's like, well, shit, I don't have to be good anymore. They could fire me, and I'm still going to get paid a lot. That's basically what Ben Simmons did. Like, he got
I like the guy they got right here. I think this is good for them.
Yeah, Ben Simmons still in the league, only 28, now at the LA Clippers. So he's still around, but he doesn't play much. He's got that Joel Embiid, like, yeah, I feel like I'm going to take this night off. I'm good here.
The guy's still got a lot of money in the bank, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. Oh, yeah. But Edgecombe, you talk about an athlete. He's the most explosive athlete in this class. So he's going to be entertaining as hell. You talk about poster dunks. You talk about chase down blocks. Like this dude's a fun player, and he had a really good season at Baylor. And, he actually played for the Bahamas national team last year and competed against some NBA guys. So he's got a little experience going up against some pro basketball players. He's just a crazy athlete, good defender as well. And just another one of those guys. Like if he works on his offensive game a little bit and works on his shot a little bit, then he can turn into a really, really special player.
Yeah, he's a freak. He's a freak going to the rim.
Yeah, he doesn't have to be a great shooter or scorer because, you've got Tyrese Maxey there. You've got Paul George there. You've got Embiid there. You've got Jared McCain there. Like, he doesn't have to be, we need you to score 20 a night in game one for us to have a chance. He could kind of develop into his role and just be that freak athlete who makes plays happen on both ends of the floor. So, yeah, I'm with you. I like that fit. I would not have liked Trey Johnson in Philadelphia because Trey Johnson's a guy who needs to shoot a lot. And there's only one ball, and there's like 4 or 5 ball-dominant players in Philly. And it's like I wouldn't have thought that was a good fit. I think that's a much better fit for VJ Edgecombe. Speaking of Trey Johnson, Buck, he ends up going 6th overall to the Washington Wizards.
Boy, you talking about going to a house of horrors for him. You talking about body language? What's his body language going to be? If he likes to win, look out. Yeah,
they don't do a whole lot of winning in Washington, do they? Yeah, okay. Before we really talk about the fit and what we expect Trey Johnson to do in the NBA, can we talk about his actual fit? What he was wearing last night? Did you see this?
Yeah, that never does anything for me right there.
Like, the top half is great. It's a nice double-breasted navy blue suit. He's got the white fitted shirt underneath, a black tie.
Somebody scissored him before he came into the arena. Somebody scissored his pants, and he didn't realize that they took the bottom parts off of it. But that doesn't do anything.
Somebody scissored him? What are you calling Trey Johnson a lesbian? What do you mean here?
Oh, somebody just came around and one guy was shaking his hand and the other guy was scissoring the bottom of his pants off.
This is the mullet of outfits. They say the mullet is business in the front, party in the back. Like Trey Johnson is business up top, and I guess party down low. He's wearing shorts. Like they're matching shorts. It's the same color as the suit, but
no doubt.
Baggy shorts, and he's got like high white socks and black loafers. So it's like tap dancing socks and shoes that he's wearing. Who told him this was a good idea, Buck?
I don't know. That dude looks like a man. He looks like one of the servants on Delta Airlines.
Like, I now feel worse about what Trey Johnson is going to be as a pro, having seen this.
I know.
Like, seriously, I now think he's going to be a worse NBA player because of this outfit.
Do you see him as trying to be the weirdest cat in the NBA? Possibly.
No, definitely not. I mean, he's not that weird. We saw him enough and heard from him enough this past season to know that he's not like over the top weirdo. But he did have the weirdest fit last night. There's no doubt about that. Nobody else was wearing shorts up there.
And he's got calves like me.
Oh,
yeah.
Don't do that to Trey Johnson. He doesn't have little chicken legs like you.
Those sticks that are sticking out right there with those white socks. Look at that. That was a bad. I saw that was a bad look.
What was the goal here? Was he just trying to stand out, or did he actually think this looked good, or did someone tell him
that looked good? He was trying to stand out because he didn't know.
Like, he looks like a 5-year-old going to like a kind of fancy birthday party.
What is this, first Holy Communion, dude? Come on now.
I don't know.
You can't do that.
No. Like, this guy, look, he's about to be making a lot of money in the NBA. His first paycheck needs to be spent on a stylist, right?
Yes.
They tell you to not be stupid with the first money you make when you go pro. That's not a stupid investment. You can't be walking around our nation's capital looking like this.
He looks like a doofus.
Not a word that gets used enough.
Doofus needs to be used more. You're absolutely right. That is a doofus look right there. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, God. He looks like he looks like he's coming to his new school, the first grade, new school. Coming to new school, trying to make an impression on the kids at his new school. Out of towner. Hey, out of towner. This is not how we dress.
I don't know what it is, but it's not. Yeah, new kid. You're going to get bullied if you're the new kid at school and that's what you show up with.
Yeah, dude, it wrecks the whole rest of the suit. Just seeing those shorts wrecks the top part. It's just a bad match.
Yeah, it's a great suit. I'm telling you, the top half is a great suit. It's fitted well. Like, it's not super baggy. You think of what like TJ Ford was wearing on his draft night, like that old school look where guys were wearing suits that were 4 sizes too big. Like, no, the top half of the suit is great, but he's wearing shorts. Like, you can't do that.
He's got a stylist. Somebody went rogue. Somebody went rogue here.
If he does have a stylist, that stylist needs to lose his job.
He needs to call on Sark's wife because she would not let him go out like that.
No, you're right. It's a good point. Yeah, L'Oreal, the first lady of Texas football, should get on the case.
Should have put some band pants on him.
That's better than this.
Oh yeah, well, anything's better than that.
I mean, the socks and shoes might be worse than the shorts.
Oh my God, are those just like penny loafers?
They look like penny loafers, man.
Yeah, dude, and don't even say anything about those calves. Because I can go and throw mine up there, and those aren't much bigger for a guy that's 6'3" or 6'4" or whatever he is. That right there looks like 2 pegs.
And the socks too. What are those rippled? He looks like he's wearing the Jerry Seinfeld puffy shirt on his socks right here. Like, I don't know. Who let him do that? Who let him leave the house looking like that?
I think his dad was with him, wasn't he? I saw his dad.
His dad got interviewed with him by ESPN after the pick was made, and it was a cool moment. Look, it was an emotional moment for Trey Johnson. Obviously, a culmination of years of hard work to get to that spot. But damn, people aren't going to remember like you getting drafted from draft night. People are going to remember the freaking suit that you were wearing on draft night.
What starts here changes the world. I hope not.
Like, Trey Johnson better be a good player in the league. Otherwise, not only is he going to be a top 10 bust, but he's going to be like the worst dressed guy who also turned into a shitty player. People aren't going to forget this. Now, if he's great in the league, this might start a trend.
Could.
Yeah, if he goes out and wins Rookie of the Year this year, it might be, hey, everyone else should be dressing up like this.
Are those shoes like semi-formal and semi-construction boot?
Those are fully stupid. Yeah, I don't know. They look like they're supposed to be nice dress shoes. I don't see laces, right? They got that little sort of loafer design, the little flailing strings on top. I should
Those
know.
are Bostonians.
You calling them Bostonians?
Yeah.
Thought he was going to fall to the Celtics last night.
Wow.
I don't even know. I don't even know what else to say about that. Like that was one of the, where you talk about winners and losers from draft night. Loser, Trey Johnson's outfit, and whoever dressed him up. That's bad. You don't need to be different, man. There's nothing wrong with a good, well-fitted suit.
No, he did not steal that outfit from his sister's choir closet.
Looks like he might have. I'm telling you, the socks and the shoes combo looks like little schoolgirl. He looks like he's trying out to be on Annie on Broadway.
Oh my God.
Like, what are we doing here, Trey? Oh, man.
Yeah,
All
he's
right.
just going. He's a scorer.
Yeah, look, it's good and bad with Trey Johnson getting drafted by the Wizards, right? The good news is he's going to play a lot.
Yes.
And he's going to get opportunities to shoot, which he's such a streaky shooter. Like we all know, when Trey gets into a rhythm, he's unstoppable. He's one of the best scorers in the nation last year. I mean, leading the SEC in the best year in the history of the SEC as a true freshman. That's a big deal. The guy can get buckets. So
yes.
when he gets his opportunities and he gets into a rhythm, I think that's going to translate to the NBA. But, the Wizards are ass. Like, I don't mean to put you on the spot here, Buck, but, like, can you name a single player on the Wizards right now besides Trey Johnson?
No.
Like,
we know who the hell the coach is.
I actually don't know who the coach is either. I know they've got Jordan.
Are they still called the Wizards?
They're still called the Wizards. They haven't gone back to the Bullets yet, which is disappointing. Okay. Maybe they need to, because they haven't been good since they were the Bullets. It's like they started cancel culture before anybody else, and they're being punished for it perennially. They changed their name.
Those are Hush Puppy shoes. Oh, God. No.
Yeah, keep them coming, please.
Oh, my. You guys are so mean. That's really mean. No, he didn't get them from Payless either.
No, those aren't good enough.
Probably cost $1,200.
You think so?
Hell yeah.
Man, he should get that money back then, because those
he should get that money back for he can get his real pants back.
Yeah, you're right. Whatever he paid to get those pants hemmed, he should.
They overhemmed him.
Yep, they overdid it there. It's a bad fit. But the Wizards are ass. They're horrible. They have won a total of 33 games in the last 2 seasons, Buck.
Wow.
If you win 33 games in one season, you're bad. You're missing the playoffs, and changes happen. It's 18 and 15 wins the last 2 years for Washington. They haven't made the playoffs since 2021. They haven't won a playoff series since 2017. Buck, they haven't been past round 2 since they were the Bullets in 1979.
And that kid talks about, I like to win, I hate to lose. Wow.
Maybe that's what they need in Washington, just a total culture makeover. He needs a total fit makeover. But that's it. It's always bittersweet when you're drafted high. You're going to a bad team, but the cool thing is you could be the guy who helps turn it around. But man, the Wizards, there's not a lot of talent around Trey Johnson.
Do I see what they did to Bradley Beal's career? I'm afraid for this kid.
Well, Bradley Beal had some really good years in Washington. Now, he didn't win anything, but, he put up numbers. He was an all-star.
Yeah, he was an all-star.
He got paid. So if that's what Trey Johnson becomes, I will sign up for that. I know Trey wants to win, and I would also like to see him win. But if he could turn into like multi-time all-star and, 25-point-per-game scorer in the league, then that's going to be a great value pick for Washington at 6. He's going to be one of the best players in this class. So I would love Trey Johnson to turn into that. But, that's not a good team at all. Do have a little bit of sound from Trey Johnson from some of his post-pick interviews. He was asked first why he feels like his game will translate to the next level.
Just knowing how hard I work, most definitely how consistent I am with it. and I'm gonna do what's been working. I'm gonna keep staying in the gym and putting in those hours, and that's so long been translated. So I'm gonna do that same thing.
Yeah, it sounds like, man, from all indications, this guy works hard. He's a gym rat. He's a gym rat.
First guy in, last guy out every single day. And, Rodney Terry, who was a part of Texas's staff when Kevin Durant was here, he's like, man, Trey Johnson's the hardest worker I've seen since Kevin Durant. Now, he's not as good as Kevin Durant, but that hard work has obviously helped KD have a really good future Hall of Fame career. So if Trey Johnson keeps that work ethic, this, Buck, a lot of guys, when they get to the league, they kind of take their foot off the gas and I'm here. This was my dream and I'm going to be fine. What separates the guys who make it and the guys who really make it in the NBA, NFL, NHL, MLB, whatever, is the guys who keep putting in that work and keep that same mentality and work ethic every single day.
It doesn't mean that you won't be good, but it's just when you're in a pit like they are, like the Wizards are, and they're just not coming out, you alone can't bring them out. You alone can have a good career, but you alone can't change the fate. They may think you can, but it's going to take a lot more than just you to do it.
Well, Trey Johnson can, have 4 or 5 really good years with Washington and then go sign somewhere else in free agency.
That's what you look forward to. Hey, even if, you like to win, but as someone said, you're going to lose a shit ton. But you know what? Go do the best you can, and then 5 years from now, you're with somebody else. That the possibilities of you winning a championship, you may be the deciding factor. But you're not going to be the deciding factor alone in a place like that. That's not. They can continue to try every year in the draft or try whatever they want. But by the time it's time and you get enough guys to make them at least somewhat of a winner, he'll be gone.
Yeah. I mean, their best player last year, at least their leading scorer last year, was Jordan Poole, who was like the 4th or 5th best player on the Warriors and a guy that they shipped out of town because they didn't like him out there. He was literally the best player on Washington. That's how bad they are. They got, washed up Kyle Kuzma. They drafted Alex Sarr with the 2nd overall pick last year. He had a decent rookie season. They got Bub Carrington, who was their other first-round pick, another guy who had a decent rookie season. But, I mean, this is not a team that's going to win more than 25 games. If they get to 20, that feels like a step in the right direction. But this is a team that's multiple years away from the playoffs. Even if Trey Johnson is like a rookie of the year caliber player, they don't have much around him at all.
These people, you people are something. Stride Right shoes. Yes, I've been in a Stride Right shoe store before. I never bought them there, but I know growing up I had to have some Payless shoes. There's no doubt about that.
I mean, these
dress shoes, because I went to Catholic schools, so I had to wear those dress shoes. Couldn't wear sneakers, so I had to get the Payless and give me a couple pair of those to last me throughout. Hey, from 9th grade through 12th grade, yes, I probably wore Payless shoes.
Yeah, I mean, it's this is worse than Skechers for Trey Johnson here. I mean, this is as bad as it gets. I don't know.
Stride Right. Someone said those are the shoes that helped you as a kid keep your legs corrected, so you didn't have to have braces on your knees. Oh my God!
You wonder if
correctly, yes.
Is there a chance? Maybe we're not giving Trey Johnson enough credit here. Is there a chance that maybe he's paying homage to the greatest basketball player in Longhorn history, and TJ Ford? Remember the infamous yet so famous TJ Ford rookie uniform picture with the ridiculously baggy shorts? Let me see if I can pull this one up real quick for the folks watching us this morning. Here we go. This is what TJ Ford's rookie picture looked like. Those giant baggy shorts.
Oh my God.
As bad as it is like that. Look, TJ Ford was a solid NBA player, but this is literally what most NBA fans remember TJ Ford for. It's not what he did on the court. It's this picture right here. So maybe this was
like a pillowcase with legs.
Yeah, maybe it's Trey Johnson. Like, man, I want to pay my respect to the guys before me. The guy, the best player in Texas basketball history, a guy who's got his number in the rafters, last guy to lead Texas to a Final Four. I want to show my love to TJ Ford and wear my suit shorts on draft night, similarly to the way that he wore
Almost wants me to bring back the Steve Harvey look.
Yeah, it is pretty Steve Harvey, isn't it?
Wow, those are baggy.
You know, I guess in TJ's defense, it was at least basketball gear he was wearing, not a freaking suit. But like, maybe that's what it is. Maybe TJ Ford was just doing this for some TJ love, you know, or Trey
Dude,
Johnson was doing it for
those shorts right there look heavy, like they'd hold you back.
Yeah, maybe that's why TJ wasn't a very good pro, because he couldn't move.
My God, he's wearing a blanket.
Maybe that would protect ACL injuries. You just can't cut fast enough if you're wearing shorts like that. You know, everyone says guys are tearing their Achilles more because they're wearing low top shoes instead of high tops. Maybe if you just covered up the knee a little bit more, you'd have less CL tears.
You'd just be surprised what people think is fashionable. I mean, I would think Trey Johnson would be like, no, man, I need a clean, give me a clean looking, some clean gear there for that, just that night. I can go freaky after that night, but I can't do that. I can't come out like that.
No, you can't. You can't. One more time, if you're just joining us, there's the full fit from.
If he had a backpack and a little lunch pail, a little Superman lunch pail, that'd be so cool.
Oh my God, that would be fantastic.
Oh yeah, Scooby-Doo lunch kit.
Oh my God, yeah, the backpack, the Scooby-Doo lunchbox.
Wow,
that would be awesome right there. One more bit of sound from Trey Johnson. Look, he was asked how he can help the Wizards. The Wizards are bad. What can you do to try to turn them around?
Like my shooting can help out a lot, especially with guys that want to drive, and also my playmaking ability. Because if I get to scoring, I also can make reads and help out and get other guys going.
I like his attitude.
Yeah, you said all the right things last night. You did everything right except dress up last night.
Yes.
But the interviews were great. Wizards fans are excited. I've been looking at Wizards Twitter last night and this morning, and they really like the pick. They think he's a good fit with whatever the hell that they have out there right now. So, yeah, again, pros and cons. Trey Johnson's going to get his opportunities to play. He's going to get his opportunities to shoot. Those are good things. He could put up good numbers as a rookie, but, boy, that is a cesspool. That is a hellhole for NBA players, because that team sucks, and they have sucked for a long time.
Somebody said the OU guy wore an OU suit. He went OU color. The kid Fears wore some OU gear.
Yeah, Jeremiah Fears. If you care about these things, I guess it's kind of cool that Trey Johnson went one pick before Jeremiah Fears out of Oklahoma. So Texas guy going before OU guy. Yeah, Jeremiah Fears had a lot of red, a lot of crimson on his suit. But it was a suit, and he didn't have pants.
He wore pants?
Yeah, like a burnt orange suit with pants would have been a lot better than whatever the hell Trey Johnson was doing. It would have been flashy. It would have been loud. And some people would have been like, all right, dude, simmer down. But it would have been pants and not ballerina shoes, whatever the hell that was.
Was that chic right there? Was that NBA chic that he rolled up in? That wasn't chic even.
That was NBA stupid. That's what it was. I can't get over it, man. I love Trey, but golly.
If you'd have showed up to the wedding you were at last week on the Friday with that gear, would you have gone, oh, no, not that?
You lost a bet? Is that a possibility here?
Could have lost a bet.
Could have lost a bet with somebody from Lake Highlands or one of his Texas teammates.
Could have.
You got to wear shorts. If I win this bet, you got to wear shorts on draft night, and boom, that's what he did.
He knew people would be talking about him the next day, right? He wasn't going to get away with that.
That's probably why he wore them. He wanted, if you just wear a normal suit, like no one's talking about what Cooper Flagg wore last night. No one's talking about. He had a nice
blue suit on, just a regular old blue suit.
Dylan Harper going second to the Spurs. Like, I don't remember what those guys wore. I think it was just nice suits. But, you get talked about. You do something this off the beaten path, and people are going to be talking about you. So that's what Trey Johnson was looking for. He knew he wasn't going to be the biggest storyline last night. He wasn't going 1-1. He was going to be just a mid top 10 pick. So, hey, how can I get the people talking about me? Well, you succeeded. Congrats, Trey. It worked.
Oh, my God. These guys talking about their pay less. They got their shoes and they're stunted their growth and shoes didn't fit right. Oh, my God. Club foot. I mean, come on.
DSW. What are the other big shoe stores out there? I mean,
oh, my God.
I don't even know where you shop for this, honestly. I don't know where you shop for those pants.
Yeah, I think Dwayne Wade did wear some capri pants for some
Dwayne
of
Wade
it.
did once. I mean, LeBron at one press conference wore like a suit top with shorts. They weren't baggy. They were like shorts. And it was still a horrible look. I think he did it like once or twice, and he probably got shat on. And he's like, you know what? I'm not doing this again. Even me, who loves people talking about me, I don't want people talking about me like this.
My God.
So, yeah, LeBron wore the suit shorts look once. I think D. Wade wore, capris once with the suit. And now add Trey Johnson to the list. Maybe
add Trey Johnson to the list.
Hey, if he's as good of a player as either of those guys, then he can wear whatever the hell he wants, I guess, huh?
Yeah, oh no, he's going to do a lot of shooting in Washington and try to. He's now working on his next contract already.
Yeah. That's Godspeed, Trey Johnson. Godspeed. All right, we're a little behind on sponsor shout outs. Good NBA draft conversation. Again, Mavs and Spurs with their first round picks. The Spurs at 14 overall took Carter Bryant. We'll talk about him a little bit later in the show. But again, the one Longhorn selected last night, Trey Johnson, going 6th overall to Washington. So best of luck to Trey as he takes his talents to the next level. We've got some good Steve Sarkisian sound, though. We'll shift over to Texas football. Coach Sark recently did a sit-down interview with our friends at Third and Longhorn. We got some great stuff to unpack here, so we'll dive into that. But before we do, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, Sue Patrick's offer free shipping on online orders over $49, free curbside pickup. They're located at 5222 Burnett Road, and maybe Trey Johnson should have got some of his gear from Sue Patrick's. They've got khakis there. I've seen them. I've seen nice golf apparel. I don't know if I've seen a suit coat, but he could have got a pair of khakis. You know, he didn't have to come in with those shorts. But at Sue Patrick's, they have everything you want, a wide variety of men's and women's clothing. Of course, as I said, all that wonderful apparel that they have there. Go to SuePatrick.com for more information. We love the folks at Sue Patrick. Plenty of parking at 5222 Burnett Road. And don't forget those schedule glasses now. They still have plenty of those available for you. 2025 schedule awaits you. You can buy them individually, or if you spend $75 on Longhorn gear there, believe me, you can get one for free. But go ahead and buy yourself a dozen.
Yeah.
Buy yourself a dozen for the season.
Sure. Absolutely. And they got those scheduled shirts available at Sue Patrick as well.
Yes, indeed.
They got you covered with all the Longhorn gear that you need. Shout out to Sue Patrick. Also, shout out to McCall Custom Homes. If you are looking to remodel your kitchen, maybe renovate a bathroom, maybe add some new life to your outdoor space. Beautiful sunset last night. If you didn't have a patio set up to enjoy it, well, call McCall Custom Homes. They can upgrade your home. You don't want to go through buying or selling a house right now. It's a pain in the ass. The market sucks, and there's so much work that goes with moving homes. You don't want to deal with that. So just upgrade your current place. You bought it for a reason. Make it even better with McCall Custom Homes. They are custom home builders and renovators here in Central Texas, and they've been doing it for 40 years. They know what it takes to turn a Central Texas home into something truly, truly special. But don't just take my word for it. Check out their hundreds of 5-star reviews online. You can head over to their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Look at the gallery of projects that they've done over the last 40 years. And then get some ideas for your home. And right now they're offering free estimates. It's risk-free to have them out. They'll come to your place. You tell them your vision. They'll tell you what they can do. And boom, you go from there. McCallCustomHomesATX.com or call our great friend Mike McCall at 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Folks, heal and recover, work smarter, sleep reimagined, and live pain-free at Relax the Back. 2 great locations, the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center, right across the street from the Container Store. Folks, if you've got problems with your lumbar area, your thoracic back, your hips, your shoulders, please head on over to one of those great locations at Relax the Back.
Yes, indeed. Relax the Back. The absolute best. Shout out to them. And a quick shout out to our friends at AV Consultations. Our buddy Tom McKay and his great crew talk about upgrading your home. How about new TVs? How about new surround sound? How about some whole home lighting? How about whole home surveillance to keep your family safe? AV Consultations can do all of those things. Anything automated, they can do for you. And we're getting closer and closer. We're now less than 60 days away from week 0 of the college football season. That's less than 2 months. You want to watch Farmageddon when Iowa State and Kansas State are playing across the pond.
Yeah.
But you don't want to just watch it on like your 42-inch crappy TV that has wires sticking out. It looks horrible. No, upgrade your home TV setup. Do it by football season. Do it by basketball season. Hey, you Mavs and Spurs fans, you're going to want to watch your rookies play on some nice big screen, high-def TVs. AV Consultations can make all of it happen for you. They've hooked me up. They've hooked the Buck up. They've hooked up our entire TSU team, and they've hooked up thousands of Central Texans since 1988, giving them the home TV setups of their dreams. Just reach out to them, 512-255-8678. That's 255-8678. Everybody who calls gets to talk to our man, Tom McKay. That's a treat in itself. That's enough of a reason to call those guys. You can find out more information at avconsultations.com. We got people talking about Fila's. We got people talking about LA gear.
Oh, my God.
Damn near Shaq shoes were a thing when I was growing up. Those were a disaster. Yeah, I mean,
Or the Shaq shoes.
Oh, the Shaq shoes were awful. They were super cheap, though, which was great. But, man, they fell apart pretty quickly.
I never owned a pair of Jordans.
Really? To this day?
Never. No.
I didn't own any growing up, but like once I got to college and started working and making my own money, I bought a few pairs of Jordans. And then I couldn't keep them clean. And I'm like, what's the point of having shoes if you don't want to wear them? And what's the point of having dirty Jordans? Because everyone thinks you're weird if you do. So,
yeah, I mean, like I said, I grew up in the age of you got your Converse for basketball games, for the dances and everything else. The same ones you practice in were the same ones you played games in, and the same ones you walked the streets in.
Yeah,
I didn't get 4 or 5. You didn't get 3 or 4 pair. One for games, one for practice, and one for socializing. One that was all one and the same, and they were black Converse, just black Cons. That was it.
The high tops, the Chuck T's.
Oh no, I had the high tops for sure.
Gosh, all right, that'll protect your ankles. That's what the NBA players used to wear back in the day.
Wow,
keep those guys safe.
Do you see what a pair of Cons are now? You roll your ankle so quick in those things, your ankle would snap.
They have upgraded shoe technologies.
Yes, they have.
60s and 70s when you were rocking those things.
Yeah, now I got like 8 pair of golf shoes that only have, I got a pair of feet, but I got like 8 pair of shoes. Every time I see a pair of golf shoes that I like, I go buy them. And then all of a sudden, I won't use them. I'll be dead by the time there'll be still new shoes in a box that I won't ever get a chance to wear.
Speaking of Jordans, by the way, I used to wear, maybe I deserve some flack from you and the people this morning, because for a couple of years in college and for my first couple of years out of college, I would wear Jordans with suits.
Really?
Like nice, clean, white pair of Jordans with suits. Yeah, it was in an effort to stand out. Absolutely. It was a flashy look. Made sure the J's were clean. I wasn't wearing shorts with the suit. I was just wearing a nice black suit, and I was wearing J's with them.
Nice.
And, made it easier to dance at weddings, made it easier to just move around. Dress shoes aren't always comfortable.
Hey, made it easier to hop those fences when you had to run
away. Yeah.
When you had to get away. Yeah. Hell yeah.
And look, if I ever needed to hoop, I would just do tearaway suit pants. And I had shoes ready to go just like that. We're locked in.
Yeah, I was my cons. And then my high school got kind of, we were gold, maroon, and gold. So we started getting those gold Cons when they came out. They had those. So that didn't match up to my gear that I had to wear but I couldn't wear those as dress shoes to school because with my khakis, you weren't allowed. You couldn't have sneakers on. You had to have Payless on. Payless, you get like four pair for $20. Everybody in the family got a pair.
Yeah, great deal at Payless.
Yeah, but my deal was bad because I told you yesterday about for a little guy, I got big ass feet, size 12. So nobody in my family could wear my shoes. You know what I'm saying? My shoes never went down to the next person, down to my brother, because they were always like a size 8 or 9 or whatever. As we grew up, my feet, I was like 11 in high school, 11 and a half in high school. So I couldn't, those didn't go down to the next level because the largest pair of feet that I think out of my brothers was like a 9.
Were these the shoes that you were wearing to school back in the day?
No, dude. I was not wearing. Those are the shoes I was wearing when I worked for 9 months in the Bethlehem Steel. Those steel-toed, so things that fell on my foot wouldn't hurt. Look at the thickness in those things. I know, but look at the thickness in those socks.
Steel-toed shoes last night?
Those may be steel-toed.
I can't imagine they were steel-toed, but that's a hilarious thought.
God, those things look thick.
Yeah, in case Adam Silver steps on your feet or something, you gotta have your shoes up there on stage. My God. All right. Keep the comments, keep the text coming. Again, the code of text line 512-222-9328. People are dunking on you for not predicting rain. We've got a few of those texts this morning.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm a little off. I'm into doing my doctor thing before I hit 70. I'm not worried about your rain chances right now. I'll get back onto that after I'm done this week with all these little things that I have to go to. I generally get my checkup in January, but I thought, why don't you just get close to 70, get it done that week? I've got one of those deals where I got to go to Dr. Jelly or the guy who surprises me now, who says, I got to check your prostate. I'm like, what? I'm like, every time you see me, do you have to do this? That used back in the day, 20 some years ago, it was okay. It was fun to see Dr. Jellyfinger. I hadn't seen him in a long time. He was an older guy, very gentle. But the young guy that I have now at Texas, whatever that is, filled me up. It's a little bit different. He always, just before I get ready to go, after we have this talk, he goes, I got to check your prostate. I'm like, well, no, you don't have to. I mean, why do you say that? He says that like I'm going to go, oh yeah, I'm expecting that. I couldn't wait.
Why did you say it used to be fun going to Dr. Jellyfinger?
Because I always, he always made it a fear thing. You must be checked. You have to, you could have any kind of cancer or some kind of something going on. I said, well, I don't get any lesions or anything up in there, dude. I'm okay. But he was an older guy. He was part Aggie. And he was, we'd talk football, but I don't think he's alive anymore. So.
You let an Aggie in your ass? He probably liked that.
Oh my God.
That's a weird take. I used to enjoy Dr. Jellyfinger. That's
no, but he was a good doctor, and he didn't, I didn't stay there very long when I'd see him.
Okay.
But he always had that paper on the little bed thing there that was like cellophane or whatever it come across there. I think they just tear tearaways for people. Now they have like sheets on those things. And they tell you to sit up on.
Did he go thumb up or did he go Charlie Strong giant pointer finger?
You went Charlie Strong, but you could hear him run, going from one side of the room, running to the other. I'm like, oh my God, dude.
Oh, getting a running start, huh?
Yeah, but this guy, the first couple of times I met him, young guy, supposed to be a great doctor, and he never did that. But the last couple of times, it's been like, I wanted to ask him, why didn't you do this on the first 3 meetings? Why all of a sudden in the middle of our dates, you start to tell me this has to be done? I like to prep for that kind of stuff when I know somebody's going to do that to me. Is
there no prep involved with that? Don't you have to clear out your system before you do something like that?
No, you just go. You take your shower before you go there, and it happens to you. But I'd like for them. I knew what I need to do is ask him: is this going to be an every time occurrence?
Yeah.
So that I know this is going to happen to me. But I haven't made an appointment with him. But they keep calling me.
Yeah, he wants to get back up in there, doesn't he?
No, he wants to make sure that I'm okay.
Okay.
I'm getting ready to turn 70. He wants to make sure that nothing has occurred to me since the last. I mean, I only go once a year.
Yeah, it's normal. I feel like that's what you're supposed to do.
No, they really would like for you to come twice a year.
Oh, well.
And if you weren't on Medicare and you were paying out of your pocket, he'd like for you to come 5 times a year.
It is. Of course. Oh my God. Yeah, he gets paid every time you go see him. So
yes.
And he gets to stick a finger up your butt. Like, what a deal for him.
What a thrill for him. You know what?
The Aggies, that's a dream for the Aggies. You get to stick your finger up another guy's ass and you get paid for it. Like, what a dream.
No, dude. I mean, it can't be. You always think about yourself. This can't be all that much fun for that guy either, though, too, you know?
Yeah, that's there are certain types of doctors that I would be. That is not one of them. I don't want to be doing that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Did he make this sound before starting his run?
Oh, God. UTSA around. No.
Gave you the Roadrunner meep meep, then started running as he forcefully inserted himself inside of you.
No, it was different. I mean, this was all those drop your drawers and put your hands on the table right there. That's how he would go. This other guy's just, I got to check. And the young guys today, you don't even have to, you can just almost stand upright, BK, they can get it up in there. I'm like, wow.
Yeah, I'm good on that. I am dreading getting closer and closer to having to do that, obviously.
And if you got any history in your family, you should get it done sooner than later. There shouldn't be any waiting on that for all you guys up there. You know, we deal with deal with national, you know, we deal with the Cancer Society people. It's never too early to get that done if you've got a history in your family. That would be a stupid way to go if you can prevent that. And I think we know too many people that have had things not happen the right way because they waited and waited and waited.
Yep. Guys generally do a bad job of getting those checkups. So take care of yourself, but
absolutely
don't just do it for yourself. Do it for your wife, your kids, your parents, siblings. A lot of people out there who love you. So make sure you're staying around for them for as long as you can.
No, it's not recreational for the doctor either. No, it's not a recreational event. So, but get that done for your family. And, you know, football season will come around and you guys won't do anything but sit around and watch football games. Get it done before the season starts. That'd be nice, since your wife's not going to be able to get you to do anything around the house when football starts. Might as well get that done for her and the rest of your family and yourself.
Do it right now while the kids are home. You're going to need a break from them anyways. You're pissed that they're around.
Nothing like having a finger shoved up you to get away from the kids.
Yeah, literally whatever it takes. Like, when does school start again? You need excuses to get out of the house, and
that's true.
Kids can't go with you to the doctor like that. So you're good. There's your break. Congratulations. Hell, sign up for 5 screenings to get out of. Okay, no, don't. Well, it's up to you. Do what you want, I guess.
I don't know about the blood test. How comes I don't get to get a blood test? I've been trying to find all these other things. Don't they? I don't even get like a sticker or anything. They don't even have any lollipops at the front desk where I go.
Well, you want like a pencil or something when you leave the doctor?
Hey, give me something. Give me a pad and pencil. Like St. Jude's sends me pads and stickers for my mail, my return address or something. I should get at least something for going there, at least a lollipop.
Yeah, I agree. I used to get a pencil from the pediatrician. I was like,
seriously?
Really? This is the best you can do? You're going to give me school supplies? Are you shitting me?
No, when I go to the doctor, I remember back in the day, they'd had the thing full of lollipops. Nothing like some candy for you, kid.
There you go. That works. It's that's a good trade, I think.
Gosh.
No. All right, let's let you hear from Steve Sarkisian here.
Absolutely.
Great interview, about 45 minutes long, that Sark did with our friends at Third and Longhorn. You got a bunch of lifetime Longhorns who are a part of that. Our guy Rod Babers, Fozzie Whitaker, Derek Johnson, just to name a few. Alex Okafor's been on there a number of times. I mean, it's a bunch of guys that we're friends with, a bunch of guys who have been on this show, a bunch of great Texas football players to do a fun podcast, and they talk to a lot of good guests. And they got to chop it up with Steve Sarkisian on an episode that they posted a couple of nights ago. And we've got a few bits of sound from that. We'll start with this one. This is pretty funny. And then we'll kind of dive into the, more nuts and bolts and football answers that Sark gave. But Steve Sarkisian was asked about taking the Texas job and, what went through his mind when he accepted the head coaching position at Texas. And he told a pretty funny story about what he thought Austin was. He had never been to Austin, Texas before he took the gig. So here's Steve Sarkisian explaining a story, what he and his wife thought Austin was before they came to visit for the first time.
I'd never been on campus, never been in DKR. I've never been to Austin, Texas. So I'm thinking I'm going to Lubbock. She Googles it. We're looking at, I'm like, oh, hell, I call CDC. I'm seeing like cars and traffic and like buildings. Like, I thought it was horse and buggy. I had no idea. So boom, that was it. And so I take the job 10 days later, because I had to coach that game. Then we play for the national title. 10 days later, we win the national championship in Miami. I get up, I'm on about an hour, 2 hours of sleep. I land in Austin at Millionaire, and I walk off the plane. That was my first time in Austin, Texas.
Wow.
So it was a little unique, like how I ended up getting here, and that was my first time. And then that was it ever since, man. Here we go.
Thought he was going to be in Lubbock.
How about that? Yeah,
Wow.
He was thinking it was going to be like an old school Western. It's horses and dune buggies and tumbleweeds and just unpaved roads. And then, quick Google search. It's like, oh, shit, Austin's a pretty big city right now.
It's got buildings.
It's got buildings. It's got traffic. I didn't realize people liked Austin traffic, but Sark and L'Oreal were like, oh, shit, there's actual traffic here. That's good. That's what we want. I like that. And, you wonder, does Steve Sarkisian take this job? Does L'Oreal let him take this job if Austin is like Lubbock? Now, they were in Tuscaloosa before, which isn't great by any stretch, but it's like they have been as willing and eager to say yes if they were moving to Lubbock instead of Austin.
Probably.
You think so?
I mean, I've been to Tuscaloosa. I mean, my kids had soccer camps there and stuff. It's okay. It's a kind of collegey town.
Is Lubbock okay? No, I'm asking, like, would he have taken this if he was moving to Lubbock?
Oh, no. Hell no.
Yeah, that's like with L'Oreal, the first lady who cares about style and fashion and her appearance and her businesses. Like, would she have been, Lubbock, this is good. The South Plains, this works for me.
Oh, no. One day into that place, for sure, they'd have said, no, we're not going to take this gig. We're coming to visit. We're coming to visit, and we're leaving.
And how about that? Yeah, the first time he was in Austin, he didn't fly in for any sort of interview or anything like that. His first trip to Austin was after he had accepted the job and was coming in here to meet with everybody and go through his introductory press conference.
Well, that dude just wanted a second chance, too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And he got one. He got a big one.
Got a good one.
About Million Air. You ever flown at a Million Air, Buck?
No. Is that the little private place?
Yeah.
Off the tollway there, you fly in?
Yeah, it's right by our friends at Coda.
Yeah, I've flown out of there once. I went on a deal with a guy with me and Hogan where we went to all these games in one day. We saw Oklahoma, Houston. I think we were at College Station for Texas A&M. I mean, it was a day of, I think, two or three places we flew to watch a football game. So that was the time. That's when I went to the A&M game, and the lady said, "Hey, you can come down on the field, but you have to wear this vest on you." And I said, "I can't wear that." I said, "I won't wear that. I'll go sit up in the press box. The rest of the guys can go on the field because they can put that maroon on." I said, I won't wear it. I told the lady. She said, "Well, don't you want to be down there for this game down at field level?" And I said, "No, I don't. Not if I have to wear that."
That's crazy. And then since then, you've become a diehard A&M fan, at least
What?
on this show.
No, I won't wear that color. I mean, you know me. I'm looking for a little truck now. Now since I get rid of doo-doo brown, and so I'm looking for a truck. And there was a little not Tundra, but whatever it is, small bed, maybe about 7 or 8 feet long, single cab, really nice, but it was maroon. And the guy said, "I'm going to give you a great deal on this." And I said, "Well, you can give me all the great deal you want. You can." I said, "I won't give you $500 for that."
Why don't you take it for $500 and then repaint it with all the money you saved?
No.
No? That's your reasoning? No?
I'm not driving it away. I'm not getting in it. I'm not driving it. I won't do it. I told you I had when I had recruiting and I had the right nice Cadillac was that color. I said, "Oh, we don't have any more cars available. You're going to have to go somewhere else." I said, "Well, later."
I'm going to get this Ford Pinto over here instead.
Absolutely.
the Chevy Nova instead.
Instead, I can't do it. And then
that's
a part of the color of my school. My Boston College is that color. And my wife says, well, I said, do you see me walking around with Boston College jerseys on? No.
You won't wear any BC gear anymore, huh?
No, and that's her favorite color.
That's a tough choice by her. That's a Trey Johnson level style take by
It is.
Your wife. Good for you. I haven't been important enough to fly out of Millionaire before, so that's I haven't gotten the PJ offer. If anyone wants to invite me, you know how to find me. All right, more from Steve Sarkisian here. This is a bit of a lengthier cut, but I think it's a good one. The full culture turnaround at Texas. This, Sark talking a little bit about what things were like when he got here, talking a little bit about 5-7 in year one, and just talking about how this turnaround wasn't just on the field, it was off the field as well. We had to basically change everything that was going on surrounding our locker room. Here's Sark kind of diving into the culture turnaround during his tenure at Texas.
Not just a football coach. I'm a developer of young men, right. Yeah. And so we went back to that team GPA the spring going into that season. CDC gave me my cumulative team GPA. I was only here for the spring, but you took fall and spring was a 2.33. That's not very good. Granted, UT, phenomenal place, top 5 public school, but we go 5-7 that year. We had 0 players drafted. And I remember going to the staff saying, we have a culture problem. I said, we have entitled players who don't take accountability, who are selfish, who don't serve others, couldn't care less about the university itself. They're just focused on me, I. I said, we've got to change the culture, and we have to start from an individual standpoint that everything matters. Everything counts here. School's going to matter. Well, the next spring we had a 2.78 team GPA.
Man.
We go 8-5. We have 5 guys drafted. Yeah. The next year we have a 2.98 team GPA. We go 12-2. We win the Big 12. We go to the CFP. We set a school record. 11 guys drafted, 2 first rounders. Wow. Going into this past season, we had a 3.27 team GPA. We go 13-3. We're in the SEC championship game. We have 12 guys drafted, 3 first rounders. At the end of this past spring, we have a 3.31 team GPA. So it's like amazing how our wins have increased, our draft picks have increased, but our GPA's gone up. Yep. And so with this whole idea, who you are some of the time is who you are all the time. We don't pick and choose when I'm a Longhorn. Right. It's an all the time thing.
Yeah, everything. He makes everything important. Did you hear that? Academics, you see that? They do play school.
Hey, as long as they playing in the college football playoff, then they can play school. That's fine. If those things work together, and clearly they are working together, then I'm cool with these guys spending some time in the classroom.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong. I mean, having smart players is a good thing. Having a pack of dopes is not all that good. Good football players or whatever. I mean, you just got to have. I mean, there's a lot that goes into what he does offensively. There's a lot. I mean, plus you want to be able to compete, and you don't want to go sit in class and not be able to compete against. I mean, those guys. He wants competition in everything that he does. And you got to be able to compete in the classroom. You don't want somebody just giving you something, A
2.3 team GPA. That is terrible. Come on, Tom Herman.
I mean, yeah, it's terrible.
Did they even care about guys going to class? Like, forget getting good. Like, I didn't go to class and my GPA was over 3. How's everybody on the team, including your walk-ons who are supposed to be GPA boosters, how do you get a 2.3? That means you had like a bunch of your star players getting 1 something.
Yeah.
Because the walk-ons are getting like 3.5, 3.6, 3.8. And if your whole team GPA is 2.3, that means you got guys in the 1s dragging shit all the way down. That is unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, that's when you get guys that are late for things, that aren't doing all the things. That's just more than school. That's they're careless in just about everything that they do. And they, that's when you get a guy to walk on the practice field when he knows he's got to be there at a certain time, but he comes out 2 minutes late because it may be a little bit too hot. Oh, I was just trying to get a little extra time in the shade, shit like that. All that stuff matters. And He wasn't having it.
Yeah, and that's culture. Like, every coach talks about culture, but like hearing those numbers, not just on the field, but also in the classroom as well, like that tells you the huge culture turnaround that we've had at Texas over the last few years. And it was clearly in a bad spot at the end of the Tom Herman era. Hell, it may have been in a bad spot for the entirety of the Tom Herman era. But things had clearly gotten bad here, and a change needed to happen. And, wasn't easy. It didn't happen overnight, but it's been really, really good and fun to watch as a fan.
Yeah, well, at least Tom Herman wanted to know what color your pee was, Is
that culture, or is that just stupid?
That's silly stuff.
Yeah, that's
2.3. That had to be embarrassing for the university, But I mean, once again, you win in games. People can overlook some stuff. You're not winning, and you're barely surviving, and you bring that up. That's horrible.
I remember early on in the Steve Sarkisian era, Texas football tweeted out a graphic that said team GPA 2.8 something. Maybe it was that 2.87 number.
Mm-hmm.
And Texas got reamed for it. Like, it went viral, and everyone's like, you're bragging about a 2.8? Like, that's not very good. There are a bunch of schools around the country that probably have higher than that. Maybe you should keep that one to yourself. But maybe Texas felt good about it because the year before they were in the 2.3s.
Of course they did.
None of us knew, but maybe it was like so bad the prior year that it's like, oh shit, our team GPA improved by 0.5 point. We should be bragging about this. This is kind of good. And like, maybe it was just, they thought it was good because what had happened prior was so bad. So they wanted to tell everybody about it.
Oh no, it's that's stuff. I mean, once again, people will say that, I always make the joke about, although there's enough lawyers and oil people coming out of the University of Texas and doctors that you need some real football players. So let's go. But you can't have a GPA of 2.3. That's embarrassing.
It's bad. Well, if your players aren't smart enough to learn the classroom, are they smart enough to learn your plays, like you said? Sark.
Do they care enough? Do they care enough to stick with it? If things go downhill, do they just keep on going downhill? They're not going to pull themselves up.
I didn't cut this one up. Maybe I will for tomorrow's show because it's a pretty good story. Sark was telling a story about talking to Pete Carroll after his first year where Texas went 5-7, and he called Pete Carroll and he's like, "Man, what's going on? Like my guys, they're really good at doing the stuff that the last coaching staff instilled, but they're really bad. Like, they can't grasp any of the concepts that I'm trying to teach them. Should I just focus more on that other stuff because they know it?" And Pete Carroll, being a smartass, which, Sark's like, oh, Pete Carroll's kind of a funny smartass from time to time. He's like, well, yeah, keep doing it, and you'll end up exactly like the guy before you. And that's when Sark was like, yeah, no, you know what? Whatever it takes, even if this first year sucks, even if this takes a couple of years, I have to do what I think is going to work. I can't do what the last guy did. Otherwise, I'm going to end up like the last guy. So he's like, yeah, the team was, that they were dumb. It sounds like they couldn't grasp what Sark was trying to teach them early on. And I guess that correlates with the team GPA and the lack of success that was happening in the classroom. Maybe they didn't care too. You know how guys are when new coaches come in. They don't like it. I got recruited by the old guy. I like the way the old guy was doing things, and now you're trying to get me to do different stuff. I don't care. Maybe there was some of that going on too. But it just the guys couldn't figure out what Sark was trying to teach them.
Dudes just don't go to class. That's the deal. That's when you start getting into 2.3. I mean, there's nobody on campus. Those professors don't want to see you around. Like I told my guys, I said, all you need to do is go there. Let them see that you're interested in their class. Sit dead smack in front of them. Don't go to the top of the auditorium and fall asleep and them not know you. And then all of a sudden you come to ask for help, 2 weeks before the final exam. I said, sit right in front of them. And if you struggle and you just pay attention, if you ask them, they don't want to fail you.
Right.
They don't want to see you. They don't want to see you back again.
No, they definitely don't. They definitely don't. All right, one more from Steve Sarkisian here. Speaking of Pete Carroll, Sark talked a little bit about Pete Carroll's career, and he talked a little bit about Nick Saban's career and what he learned, not only lessons, but what he learned from watching those guys and the successes that they had during their times as head coaches.
In that moment, I thought about Pete Carroll. The height of his career was after he was in his 50s. His time at USC, his time with the Seahawks. He's 73 or 74 years old. He's a head coach for the Raiders. So you think about the last 23, 24 years of his career. Coach Saban, you look at the 18 years at Alabama, okay, he's 72, 73 years old, so that he was in his 50s. I was taking this job late 40s. I'm 51 now. A lot of times what I had to think about, when I was 33 years old, I was the head coach at Washington. I didn't know shit. I didn't know what I was doing. I was just every day, right? I was like, can I say that on the show?
Whatever you want. Whatever you want.
I was up and down. One day was this, one day was that. I didn't even know what consistency was because I didn't know who I was. And I think one thing that I've figured out in my time here is that I've kind of figured out what I believe in and what's important to me. And there's a level of consistency in my approach with our players that I think gives our staff, our players, a sense of calm, knowing who I am every day, than what's expected of them every day. Yeah. And I think that we've stayed true to that.
Yeah, I mean, that guy had, as I said, the opportunity for him to get a second chance at this business was incredible. People did a lot of things for him to get to where he is. And, as he said, 33 years old, he didn't know shit. He didn't know what was going on. He was just trying to survive from day to day. And I don't know where his alcohol problem had started. It could have been started many, many years back. So you're just struggling to make sure you get enough sleep to get up to go into your job. And then you're wondering what the job's going to be like the next day. How do I make myself better the next day? When do I get a chance to go party? I mean, that guy has some bad times. And somebody somewhere, whether it was his wife or somebody in his family, but somebody that knew how good he was as a football coach, popped him upside the head and woke him up and said, I'm going to give you this opportunity. Don't blow it.
Yeah.
Don't blow it.
Yeah.
You can't blow this because you'll never get another one after this. Not many of them get 2 or 3 chances. Coaches aren't like players. Players get a bunch of opportunities. Coaches only get 1 or 2. And most of them only get 1.
Yeah, well, the way things ended for Steve Sarkisian at USC, I mean, it was a disaster, right? The team was struggling, but also we all saw, Sark make a fool of himself in front of our eyes. It was a national story. Like, when he showed up drunk at that USC pep rally, I was like, oh, man, like, this is bad. So he embarrassed himself about as much as you could possibly embarrass yourself as a head coach. And it was a long road back for Steve Sarkisian to get this opportunity. And he's openly talked about it. He wasn't sure he was ever going to get another chance to be a head coach again. And he worked his way up. He got put around some right people, and those people obviously helped him get to this spot. And you could tell he's got a new lease on life with his coaching career. And he doesn't want to screw this up. He's learned a lot from his mistakes, and he's learned a lot from his mentors. And I think that has helped mold him into one of the best coaches in college football. And Steve Sarkisian's 51 right now. He turned 51 in March. So talking about Nick Saban starting his, incredible dynastic run at Alabama in his 50s, talking about Pete Carroll starting his run at USC, and then with the Seattle Seahawks in his 50s. And that's, you hope lightning can strike again. And you hope history repeats itself at that age. And this is the decade where Steve Sarkisian, we all think he's a really good coach, but no one throws you into that elite category until you win a national championship. We hope this is the decade where Sark goes from a really good coach, but not quite good enough to, no, he's elite. He's one of the best in the sport.
Yeah, it's nice to get to grow old and to have experiences, but to learn from the experiences. You're just going to get it as you get old. Every day there's something that comes up that's kind of different, kind of new. But there's a lot of old dudes that won't learn from that. They'll just, it's just another day. I'm older. It's just something else that just happened. This guy sounds like he's learning something each and every day as he gets older in the business. So that's what's gonna take him to the top, and keep that kind of culture that he's never going to waver from his culture, and what he does with his players and how he thinks that his players should act, react. It's just he's learning from that, and that's sometimes it's hard to do. Sometimes it's easy to just get old day to day to day. It's the same thing. But in his business, he's learning every day. So I like that about him.
For sure. And look, I don't want to say it's easy now. It's definitely not easy, but the hard part is done. The hard part was instilling the culture and getting people to buy in. Now, you've got guys in that locker room teaching the culture to the young guys coming in every year because they see that it works. If you're a coach and you come in, and I'm sure some of the guys on that 2021 Texas team were like, well, last time Sark was a head coach, he wasn't very good. Why should I listen to this guy? He just rode Nick Saban's coattails the last couple of years to get this gig. Like, why am I going to buy into this? And, oh, by the way, the team's losing. They've got their longest losing streak in Texas, the last half century of Texas football. Like, why should I buy into what this guy is selling right now? It's hard to stick with it when times are bad and not change what you believe in. And now you've been to back-to-back playoffs. You've been to back-to-back conference championship games. It's a lot easier to sell. Like, hey, here's why you should listen. You're going to get developed. You're going to turn into a pro player. We're going to have success. We're going to compete for championships. We're going to make playoff runs. Like, it's a lot easier to sell that to recruits and also your current guys when that success is coming in. So,
and believe me, it goes a long way with their parents too, BK. It does,
sure.
Because you got to sell those parents into having their sons entrusted to you and your staff. I mean, Steve Sarkisian is not only coaching the players, he's coaching his staff. He's coaching other still young men that want to continue to move in this business and be successful, whether they become head coaches or really good assistant coaches. Those guys have to learn from that guy too. So the culture is not just in the players, it's in the other coaches too. And that's quite the responsibility. He's not just responsible for the players. He's responsible for the coaches that work for him. And he's like a family member to them too. I mean, he's got to be good at a lot of different things besides just player coaching.
Yep. Well said. Well said. All right. We'll get into more Steve Sarkisian sound in a moment. We'll save some of this for tomorrow's show as well. We also have some Texas recruiting talk to dive into and a couple of fun stories for our last half hour plus. But before we get to anything else, how about another round of sponsor shout outs?
Say to our friends over at 34 Wine and Spirits, 4601 Southwest Parkway. All your alcohol needs. If you're having a big party, call on the guys over there. They are wholesale distributors. They'd like to get it to you, to your company. If you've got a neighborhood party for the 4th of July, just head on over to 4601 and you will find all the spirits that you need. They've got it all. Tequila. They've got the Jack Daniels. They've got the beer. They've got the Altstadt Beer, the world's best beer. They have it there available for you. But it all happens at 4601 Southwest Parkway, 34 Wine and Spirits.
Oh, yeah. Get ready for those 4th of July celebrations coming up weekend. Hell, we're almost to this weekend. You don't have to wait until next weekend to start enjoying yourselves a little bit. Should be another gorgeous one here in Central Texas. Actually cooler here than it is on the East Coast right now. That's a reason to drink, is it not? Get you some Altstadt beer, man. Your good times are made better all summer long with a great beer. And Altstadt is my beer of choice. It should be yours as well. I had a couple of Altstadt lagers last night watching the NBA draft. Hey, why not? I've got the Altstadt mini beer fridge at my place. You got to stay stocked up like I am all year long. Tons of different brews. They've got the lager. They've got the Kolsch. They've got the light. Should be the best light beer you've ever had. They've got the seasonal summer peach radler. If you haven't tried that one yet, it is fantastic, super refreshing, super easy to drink for these red hot months here in Central Texas. I'm telling you, something for every beer drinker out there. Every Altstadt beer is brewed locally in Fredericksburg, and every Altstadt beer is brewed without preservatives, additives, or sugars, or any unnecessary filler ingredients that are in some of the other beers that you have been drinking. I'm telling y'all, one sip and you won't go back to the other beers that you have been drinking in the past. It is Altstadt beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Sweet.
Yes, indeed. And a shout out to Ryan Hurricane Hecht. Oh, yeah. There's a new lawyer in town. When the storm hits, you call Hurricane Hecht. That's Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal injury attorney right here in Austin, a proud Texas Longhorn fighting for fellow Texans. This guy's been a friend of mine for over a decade now, and he's been fighting for justice and big results in the state of Texas for a decade now. So if you've been hurt in a car accident, if you get hurt at work, if a dog bit you, any sort of personal injury, you got to reach out to my man, Hurricane Hecht. And the best part, you don't pay unless you win. That's right. No fees unless Hurricane Hecht gets money in your pocket. He's that confident that he is going to win your case and make money for you that you don't have to pay if he comes up short. He's aggressive in court, but compassionate with clients, a friend of the show, and a fighter for the people. Don't let the insurance companies push you around. Let Hurricane Hecht blow their case wide open. Put this number in your phone so you have it whenever you need it. 512-938-8929. It's 512-938-8929, or you can check out his website, hechtlawfirm.com. That's Hecht, hechtlawfirm.com for more information. When you reach out, make sure you tell them that Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you.
Nice.
All right, one more bit of sound from Steve Sarkisian today. The challenges and expectations for this Texas football team in 2025. Look, it's well documented. Texas had 12 players drafted in the NFL draft. They're losing a bunch of talent from last year's squad that made it to the college football playoff semifinal. So what are the big challenges replacing those guys, and what do you expect from your team here in 2025?
You've got to be mentally prepared to play as much as you have to be physically prepared to play. And I thought our guys did that. So moving forward, no different, no different. I think we have new challenges this year that we didn't have a year ago. We're going to be the most traveled team in the SEC this year. We're going to travel almost 10,000 miles this year, where I think, Georgia, Ole Miss, those guys are traveling like 1,200 miles, So the idea that we're going to Ohio State, we're going to Georgia, we're going to Florida, you could argue 3 of the top 5 most hostile environments in the country that we're going to get to play in. And I say get to, and I mean that because this team has got to form its own identity. And we've been a very good road team now for the past 3 years or so. And those moments are what are going to help us in December and January when you get into those environments. Having the ability to play in those arenas against those teams and perform well is going to infuse a ton of confidence in this team if we can do it the right way.
Yeah, man. I mean, they are road warriors. Once again, everything changes from year to year because it's not just bringing in, you don't have a whole boatload of freshmen that travel with you, but you have new people that travel with you, from other schools that are coming to your place, and you've got to get them adjusted to how you behave on the road, what their expectations are, on the buses and every place else. And that's a big deal. You can't go from one year where everything is buttoned up, and then the next year you got a bunch of guys that want to play grab ass on the bus, and not take things serious. Coaches are weird about that kind of stuff. And so they have to understand what to expect. And he's got to get everybody in line before all that stuff. And now if you're the most traveled team in the SEC, you're going to be on a lot of buses, you're going to be a lot of flights. And the way you take – these are all business trips. This not vacation time when you go to these places on the weekends. These are all business trips, and you have to treat them that way. There are certain guys that have certain – a mentality, the way they handle stuff, BK. Everybody's not the same. Everybody's not as buttoned up as others. But when you travel as a group like that, it's got to be group travel. You got to understand you can't be the guy jerking around, You can't be the grab ass guy when there's a business trip going on. You can't be the loud dude. Things have to be buttoned up. You can have your times, you got your times in your room with your roommate and stuff like that. But when you're with the whole group, there's a certain expectations of the way you act. With people. Yeah. And that's hard to do when you bring new people in that don't know you that well.
Well, don't be jerking it on the team plane. Is that what you're saying?
No, don't be a jerk, period.
Don't jerk your teammates around on the team plane.
Don't be a jerk.
Don't be a jerk. That's good advice. It's a good tip for kids.
Yes.
Right there. Don't be a jerk. This year is going to be a big test for Texas's road win streak. But the Longhorns have not lost a true road game since October 22nd, 2022. And they lost in Stillwater to Oklahoma State in Quinn Ewers' first year as the starting quarterback at Texas. Like, think about how much has changed with the Longhorns and how much has changed with the sport since then. Texas has won 11 straight true road games. That's the longest road winning streak in FBS. It's going to be put to the test week 1 against Ohio State. Obviously, if Texas gets through that, they've got that tough road game at the Swamp to open up SEC play, and then they've got to go to Georgia in November. If Texas can keep that winning streak alive through the season, then we're going to be talking about a really special team going into the postseason. Then
absolutely.
That's a very, very good shot of winning the national championship. I mean, if you go on the road, less so Florida, because I don't think Florida's all that good. You go on the road and win those games in Columbus and Athens, dude, yeah, you talk about sending a message to everybody else that you're for real and Arch is for real. And, you being the preseason number 1 or number 2 team in the country isn't hogwash. That's how you back that up right there. So it'll be a good test But that's going to be put to the test. Again, Texas's 11-game true road win streak.
In the first year in the SEC, I thought Texas was out there doing the hunting. Now they'll be the hunted now. It really will. People will be after them. They really will. That whole thing of welcome to the conference is over with. Not the way you took the conference by storm in all your sports. They're coming after you now. So you really have to be buttoned up now.
I think they were coming after Texas last year. I mean, they were super nice to Oklahoma when OU went 6-7 last season.
Oh, they just sucked.
Nice welcome gift, OU. We're going to try hard against you, but we're not going to try against Tech. I think the SEC, that's why so many SEC people were happy when Georgia beat Texas in the conference title game. It's like, we got to protect the sanctity of the SEC. We can't have these new guys come in here and win our conference. That's not allowed. So I don't think it'll be any different. I think people really wanted to beat Texas last year. I think people really want to beat Texas this year. They always want to beat Texas. People have hated Texas for a while. So that's you just hope Texas can handle it as well as they did last season. But I don't think it's hunted. I think it's hunted for Texas. They're gonna get everybody's best shot every time they take the field or the court in whatever sport. All right, so we'll take your thoughts. We'll save some of the rest of that sound from Steve Sarkisian's great interview with Third and Longhorn on tomorrow's show. If you want to check that out, go ahead. Really good conversation with some former lifetime Longhorns and the current head coach of Texas football. Buck, big recruiting day for Texas. The second-ranked running back in the nation for the class of 2026 will announce his commitment later today. It's Xavier Crowell, the 4-star from Alabama, guy we've touched on a few different times on this show. He's the top-ranked running back that's uncommitted, and he's also the only running back that visited Austin this summer.
Wow.
And Texas was going after KJ Edwards, the kid from Carthage. They had an official visit on the schedule, but Edwards committed to A&M and then canceled the Texas visit that he had. So this is the only guy who's come to Austin right now. And if Crowell ends up committing to somewhere else, then it's kind of back to square one for Texas. So this is a big-time player and a big-time target for Texas, and he will announce his decision a little bit later today.
Yeah, they need to have this dude. You got him on your campus. So
yeah, the issue is he's from Alabama. He's got a lot of family ties to the University of Alabama. And
that's a big issue.
Yeah, this is the kid that apparently has driven with an Alabama sticker on the back of his car since getting his license. So Bama's the big favorite here. The question is, can Xavier Crowell be the Justice Terry of this class? Remember Justice Terry, the 5-star defensive lineman from the state of Georgia. Everybody thought he was going to Georgia. I thought he was going to Georgia. And at the last second, Texas is able to get him to commit and sign. Could this be the big out-of-state target that decides to leave his state to come to Texas?
I think it's pretty hard to get a great running back out of the state of Alabama not to go to Alabama.
Yeah. The hope is that it's Kalen DeBoer, not Nick Saban. If Nick Saban was still the coach there, then we're not even talking about this kid.
No.
A 0% chance he's leaving to, the Yellow Hammer State? Is that what they call it?
Yeah, but once again, I think this is a recruitment that goes to the very end, no matter what the kid says.
Maybe.
He's going to be looking into the season,
Yeah, that's the hope, right? If Alabama struggles again, they were 9-3. They weren't that bad, but if people are talking about Kalen DeBoer not being the coach there 2 or 3 years from now, and Texas is in the middle of another 11-1 regular season.
Sure.
Does Xavier Crowell or KJ Edwards, the A&M commit, do those guys maybe change their mind and flip to Texas? It's a possibility.
All right, nothing's signed yet. It doesn't matter until it gets signed.
Yeah, but you would love you'd love to get a commitment because, look, the good news for Texas, Buck, they signed 2 running backs in this 2025 class. They signed 2 in 2024. And they've got Trey Wisner and they've got C.J. Baxter. Both of those guys have eligibility beyond this year.
Sure.
So Texas has a loaded running back room right now. Even if they miss on a couple of guys or the guys that they really want for 2026, they're still going to have a really good running back room next year.
Right.
And obviously the transfer portal exists. So let's say, Baxter and Wisner both go pro. They both have awesome seasons and they're like, I'm out of here. And Texas can go use the portal and bring in a really, really talented running back. So that's the good.
After one season, you know what the kid's going to be like anyway. Even if he's a young freshman, you know what you got the following year. If guys graduate, this guy can step right in and get going.
Sure. And you'll have, at that point, you'll have Jarrett Gibson going into year 3.
Right.
And it'll be technically year 3 for Christian Clark. Obviously, he didn't play last year, but you'll have some experience. And then you'll have, James Simon and Ricky Stewart going into their second years.
And we know young guys at that position can play pretty quickly.
Yeah. If you could play, you could play, right? P. Diddy, your P. Diddy quote, if you're old enough, we can have sex. What do you say?
No, if you're good enough, you're old enough.
Okay. If there's grass on the field, play ball.
Yeah, no, it's not the same. It's not the same. That's just a position that you as a freshman can come in and make things happen. That position and the wide receiver position are two of the positions that just your natural ability here. I'll give you the ball. You read the blocking. I don't even have to tell you how this blocking is going to go, but you read that guy in front that's blocking that guy. And then you've got a guy back there that you may have to make miss. So you go ahead and do that. That's a pretty easy deal.
Yeah, just go score like you did in high school. They gave you the ball and you scored like every other time you touched the rock. Just do that here, please.
And take care of the ball, please.
Yeah, don't fumble the ball. And if you could get to the painted area, that would be really nice. Those are your 2 goals.
Yeah, I mean, Texas has done well with recruiting running backs. Once again, they should always do well recruiting. I mean, they have a history of just good runners. So, and they've got enough in this state that doesn't have to be the top level guy in this state. Number 2 and 3 and 4 are pretty good in this state.
Right. Well, yeah. Again, you don't want to lose Xavier Crowell because that means your top running back targets that you were going after are committing elsewhere. That's not ideal. And I think Texas is going to bring in at least one running back, in this class when it's all said and done. Might not be one of the top guys, but they'll offer somebody else. Again, they don't have any other offers out to any other uncommitted running backs right now. Forget visits. Like, they haven't even offered another tailback in this class. Sure. Besides Xavier Crowell and a couple of guys who are, again.
No, they're going for the best of the best. They'll be able to get, during the course of the season, they'll find somebody that if they're really, really good and they offer it to them, they're coming, period.
Maybe. I mean, it might be a 3-star. Look, Trey Wiseman was a 3-star.
Sure.
Don't sleep on the 3 stars, but you obviously love to get the 4 and 5 stars when you can. Texas won't.
Once again, you give me 11 5-stars and you play with a bunch of 3, I'm probably going to pound you week in and week out.
Oh, exactly. So that's why it would hurt if you lose Xavier Crowell. Like, you want to get one of these top flight guys. And you wonder, a big part of Justice Terry ending up at Texas was NIL. Like, Texas really wanted him. They sweetened the pot, and it was enough to convince Justice Terry to leave the state of Georgia. Do they feel like they're desperate for a running back? They're like, we have to bring in a big time runner in this class.
Well, dude, if he's the number 1 running back in the class,
he's number 2.
Okay, that's good enough. Whatever I have to get him, that's a must get. If you're 1 or 2, you gotta go get those dudes. Yeah.
So that's sorry.
Oh, they're doing everything they can. They're doing everything possible.
Well, we'll see. Like, if Crowell commits today, it's going to be a huge NIL package. I mean, there's plenty of other things that Texas have going for it, obviously, but if you're able to convince a stud running back in the state of Alabama who grew up an Alabama fan to not play his college football.
And if he goes Alabama, that shouldn't be a big surprise. That shouldn't be a big let. I mean, you try your best for a guy like that, but if you went to Alabama, are you gonna say, well, there's something Texas didn't do, or the dude from the state, he grew up, an Alabama fan. What are you going to do?
Right, exactly. Yeah, I think if Vegas set odds for these commitments, I would think Alabama's like -4 to 500 to get this.
Alabama has had some pretty good running backs too.
Sure. It's all Nick Saban, though. It ain't Nick Saban anymore. Remember what Thomas Castellanos said, the Florida State quarterback. You guys don't have Nick Saban to save you anymore.
That I can't wait for that game.
Oh my God. Yeah. What an idiot for saying that. But hey, he's got a chance to back it up. And that would be
true.
Pretty awesome for Thomas Castellanos in Florida State. I think I'll be rooting for the Cinnamon Rolls in that game. But there you go. Xavier Crowell, I think it's between 5 and 6 o'clock tonight. So we'll know by tomorrow's show where he commits. This would be a huge get for Texas. Another big out-of-state win. Hell, another big SEC territory win for the Longhorns. And obviously another great running back coming to a place with a ton of running back history. Hopefully Texas can pull off a big upset there. All right. Let's shift gears here. We got a little Major League Baseball to get into, and we've got a couple of funny stories to talk about before we hand things off to the boys from Chaos Theory. But Buck, before that, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
So to our friends over at Hat Creek Burger. Today seems like a good day to go get yourself a double with cheese. Get yourself some of those great fries at Hat Creek Burger, and then grab a milkshake. Hat Creek Burger's all 25 locations in the state of Texas. Started right here in Austin, Texas, and they've got everything that you want when it comes to a great hamburger. Plus the fries, BK. The fries are fantastic too. Now I'm starting to move up in fries. I'm starting to get a large fry with my Hat Creek now. You know, the big man has to eat big too. Got away from the little hat. Now I'm having a double with cheese and large fry now. Soon I'll be having a large milkshake, I think, instead of medium-sized milkshake. No, probably not. Probably don't need that.
You can't handle all of that.
Yeah, that's a lot. That really is a lot. 3 meals a day in that. But folks, Hat Creek Burgers, they are serving breakfast at some of your locations. Find out the locations and get your day started with the tacos or the pancakes or waffles or sausage at Hat Creek Burger. And, of course, they have a little bit of alcohol for mom and dad, a little late afternoon. If you want to have a margarita, you can have that at Hat Creek Burger while the kids are playing on the playscape. Buck, stay away from the playscape. Or you big people, get off the kids' playscape. Things can happen at the playscape. But they have all of this at Hat Creek Burger. Great ingredients, great burgers. Taste is fantastic. We love Hat Creek Burger.
Yeah, Bucky Spacey, stay away from the playscape, please. Hey, now a word for our great friends at Covert BK.
They treat you like family. My husband and I have bought several vehicles from the Coverts over the years, and it's always just been easy and effortless.
By the time we walk into the dealership, paperwork's ready and we're ready to buy.
I walked in, literally signed a couple of things, and I was 10 minutes in and out.
They just take care of everything.
I personally feel like people took care of me. I feel like as they're taking care of me, if they take care of other people that I know, it's just that much of a plus.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Where you are always treated like family.
Yes,
love
indeed. Love the Covert family. Also love OLIPOP. Great tasting soda that's actually good for you. I'm an idiot. I left my can of OLIPOP in the fridge today, but we were drinking the orange squeeze yesterday, Buck.
Yes, indeed.
It's good stuff right there. That's one of the 19 great flavors of OLIPOP that you can get at any grocery store. If you haven't tried it yet, you are missing out. Again, it's soda. It tastes like soda. Everybody loves the taste of soda, right? But unlike the traditional soda that you've been drinking for years, OLIPOP is actually good for you. 9 grams of fiber in every can. They've got prebiotics. They've got botanicals. They've got plant fibers. I don't know what those things are, but I do know they help support my digestive health. And I do know every time you drink OLIPOP, you are supporting your digestive health as well. So enjoy what you're drinking, but also help your system with the greatness that is OLIPOP.
So to our friends over at Woods Comfort Systems, don't forget now, we haven't had that big heat spell, and they've got it in the Northeast. And when it comes back here to the Southwest, believe me, you want your air conditioning to be working properly. Talk to the folks at Woods Comfort System, have their technicians come out and make sure everything's working properly for those real hot days that are yet to come here in Central Texas. They've been doing it for close to 70 years. They do air conditioning, heating, and plumbing, folks, and they do it very, very well.
Yeah, woodscomfortsystems.com, how you can get a hold of them, or just give them a call, 512-842-5066. Again, 842-5066. Buck, you were telling me before the show, you watched a little bit of Jacob deGrom's performance last night.
Wow, how about that guy getting up on the bump for 7 innings last night? And his stuff was nasty, too.
Took a perfect game into the 7th inning in Baltimore, took a no-hitter into the 8th, gave up a leadoff single in the bottom of the 8th inning. But Jacob deGrom was on one last night, and the Rangers beat the Orioles 7-0 to win that series at Camden Yards. Jacob deGrom, Buck, I know you stuck a fork in that, dude.
I did.
He's 8-2 with a 2.08 ERA this year. That's the 6th best in baseball. He's got a top 5 whip in the major leagues this year.
Sell while you can. Somebody will buy. Sell.
He's well, you do wonder because the Rangers, they're still below 500. They're not having the year that they hope to have. Now, saying all of that, they're only 2 games out of a wild card spot in the American League. So I doubt they will sell. Maybe if the Rangers just get really cold over the next month before the trade deadline, they start thinking about moving some pieces. But Jacob deGrom is looking once again like one of the best pitchers. He's not like head and shoulders the best pitcher in the game like he was for a few years with the Mets, but he is looking like once again one of the best arms in the show. He was magnificent yesterday.
Oh yeah, he looked like the old dude. They looked silly trying to hit his balls yesterday. That was kind of a lucky hit they got through for a base hit. So
yeah,
he was dealing.
Guy singled through the right side, and deGrom had a perfect game into the 7th. He had 2 full count walks in the 7th to break up the perfecto, and then just a weak grounder that found the hole in the 8th inning to break up the no hitter. But good for him, and maybe more importantly for the Rangers, the offense actually showed up. They scored 7 runs. You're not seeing that often from this Rangers ball club in 2025. And what you are seeing a lot of in 2025 is the Astros winning. The Stros are red hot. They beat your Phillies last night 2-0 in Houston.
They will never be my Phillies.
You're right. You're just from that area, but you're a bandwagon Yankee fan instead.
Yes, I don't root for the Phillies ever.
You don't root for the Phillies. You root for the Astros over the Phils?
That's hard too, but I guess yes, anybody over the Phillies.
Phillies are your least favorite team? Even the Sox?
No. They're close to the Sox, but the Sox are my least favorite team, period.
Now, if you're a true Yankees fan, right, the Sox have to be your –
Oh, they are. Believe me.
Yeah.
The Sox, Baltimore, and then the Phillies.
Okay. Sox, Baltimore, Phillies. I like that.
Yeah, I want
list.
Baltimore to stink forever.
Yeah, they were really good last year, and now they suck this year.
They're back to normal.
There's no such thing as windows in Major League Baseball. It can turn on a dime. You might think, oh, we're really young. We won all of these games a season ago, and, hey, we're good. We're going to be good for a while. Sometimes this game will humble you very, very quickly. But Astros get a 2-0 win. The Stros are 16-6 in the month of June. That's the best record in Major League Baseball. They have won 16 of their last 20 games at the Dike. I don't know if we're allowed to call Dyken Park that. I don't know if that's a socially acceptable nickname.
It'll work here. It works.
TSU, the emphasis on the U. The Astros now lead the American League West by 5.5 games. They've got the 3rd best record in Major League Baseball right now. So this was a team that for the first, month and a half of the year, right around 500, couple of games over 500, they have turned it on. They're now 47-33. And again, they've got the 3rd best record in the majors. So it's just more of the same. People got on me for picking the Astros to win the West again. And it's like, no, it's just what they do. It's what they do every single year.
Yeah, they seem to figure it out at a certain part of the year. They figure it out, and they run off a bunch of games.
They're flexing their muscles right now. And yesterday they had a rookie pitcher and 4 relievers combined to shut out one of the best teams in baseball in Philadelphia. So, they're getting contributions from everybody in the lineup, everybody in the rotation. The bullpen's been pretty good as well. And even without Yordan Alvarez, the Astros are still doing what the Astros do. So they're going to win the American League West, I think, again for the 8th consecutive full season.
Oh, yeah.
Remarkable what's going on in Houston, despite all of the talent that they've lost. Hell, they lost Bregman and Tucker this past offseason. And here they are again atop the American League West.
Sweet. Right. Hey, BK, did Con Knipple go to the same team that the other Dookie last year went, the rookie?
Con Knipple went to Charlotte yesterday.
And who did Charlotte have the year before that?
I don't know. Why do you ask?
I mean, are there 2 Duke players out there? Have they come back-to-back here with that first couple in the draft?
I don't know, Buck. Off the top of my head, I'll be honest with
I like that fit for him too, though. If he's not going to a real
trying
good
to see
team,
if I can pull this up real quick. I don't know. Maybe somebody will comment and let us know, but I don't know off the top of my head who the Hornets took in the first round last year. My basketball knowledge is not that good. They do have LaMelo Ball, who's the best player on the team.
Okay.
Kind of like that fit. I would have liked Trey Johnson to end up there too, because LaMelo Ball is a scorer, but also a guy who can set up others.
That's
That would
true.
take its pressure off of Trey Johnson if he ended up there. But Charlotte's another one of those teams that sucked, and they've sucked for a while. So, that's the similar conversations we're having about Trey Johnson in Washington. Like, yeah, he's going to play a lot because they suck, but also they suck. So he's not going to win.
He's not going to win a lot.
That's how it goes.
No, Jake says the Hornets picked up some French dude last year.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Jake. So no Duke guy.
No Duke dude.
No. I mean, they took Brandon Miller a couple of years ago, but also not a Duke dude. So
no, they're not going to be any good.
You're talking about. No. All right. About this story here, Buck. We got a good bad bit question. Good bit or bad? Why are
give me the good bit. Give me the good bit.
Why are these comments showing up on stage? There we go. All right. No, I'm asking you, is this a good bit or a bad? You have to decide with this story that we have. It is a wedding. It's not a wedding that I've attended, but it is related to a wedding. And this is a story that has gone viral on the internet over these last few days. I have no details on when and where this wedding took place, but there is some controversy here involving wedding food. I can't remember, Buck. Are you a guy who sticks around for dinner?
No, I'm probably. I'll stick around if I'm solo. I'm gone. If I'm with my wife, I'm sticking around for the meal. Yes.
Okay. And you'll eat the meal. You won't just like.
No, I'll eat it. I'll eat it because wedding food's generally pretty good. They do a good job.
Yeah, it's all right. Someone spent money on it, so it's a nice, respectful thing to eat the plate that is in front of you.
Zay won't say that, but since I bailed.
You did bail. Yeah, you literally showed up after the ceremony and left before the reception
started.
No,
I showed up for the ceremony. They were in line eating. I met Zay's mom, and then I did not sit down to eat. I took off.
You were there for the I do's. You saw the kiss?
I saw the whole thing. That's good. That's good. I go to the reception. I hang out, say hello to Zay's dad outside, chilling out, people having their drinks, go inside to sit down for the meal. I stand in the line because I want to meet Zay's mom and meet his mom. And then I slide out the door.
All right.
And the guy said, he goes, you may want to leave out this door. That way they won't see you. There was a guy saw me. He knew exactly what I was doing.
Irish goodbye.
Oh, yeah. He said, you may want to go out this way. I'm like, thanks.
Nice. Good move right there.
I think Zay had his wedding during football. There was a football game being played then, too.
I don't know.
Must have been. I think it was a playoffs or something.
I didn't make the cut. I was also living in Houston at the time and not working with Zay, so he didn't feel obligated to invite.
Yeah, he didn't want to waste another meal.
No, that's okay. I still love Zay. I've been to enough weddings. I'm all right. I've forgiven him. I've moved on. And I could have gone. You and I could have gone together as one person. If you left, I could have eaten the damn meal and danced the night away.
True.
You're already at home. Well, all right. So here's this story here. The wedding meals aren't cheap. Weddings aren't cheap, but you spend a good amount of money on food, and that's just a part of the deal. So a bride went all out. It was an elegant, intimate. It was a wedding brunch actually that they had. It was brunch style food that they had served at their reception, and apparently the cost per head at this wedding was $98. Okay. So $98 per person to eat at this wedding. Her guest list included an estranged uncle and his wife. The bride invited, there's family tension there, but the bride wanted to throw an olive branch to this estranged uncle and his wife.
Hey, there's that uncle again.
Yep. And the uncle's causing some problems because the couple made a pit stop before the ceremony at Popeyes. And okay, no big deal. You don't want to eat the wedding food. You grab some food on the way to the wedding. That's fine. No, they brought the leftover Popeyes inside. and they brought out the leftovers during the reception in full view of everybody, and they ate them while everybody else is eating this wedding food. You've got this estranged uncle and the wife just eating this nasty ass Popeyes with their hands in front of everybody else. Yeah, fried chicken, of course. You're the weird one for not eating Popeyes with your hands. You're the only guy who forks and knives it. And
that's a bad bit. That's a bad bit.
Not only that, Buck, the woman took pictures of the plates with Popeyes prominently displayed and then posted them on social media. Like, she bragged about it. She's like, hey, I'm at this wedding, and instead of eating this shitty wedding food that the couple paid a lot of money for, I'm eating this Popeyes right in front of them. And now everybody knows about it.
Oh my God. That's a bad bit right there. That's not going to work. That's getting the uncle's deeper and deeper into a little bit of trouble in the family there.
Yeah, I don't think they're, at least the bride and groom, are ever talking to that uncle again.
No, they're done.
And the bride didn't confront them at the wedding, but she is apparently now debating cutting ties completely. I don't think there's much of a debate there. I think the
bride I'm married to right now, she would have confronted their asses right there at that moment. The minute that Popeye's bag would have come through the door, that would have been it.
It would have been fair too. Like, you're allowed to kick people out of your own wedding, right?
I think you should. I don't think you. That's kind of a tough place to do it, but I wouldn't blame them.
What do you either say, like, hey, you either throw that food away right now, or go eat it in your car and come back. But you either take the food out of plain sight, or you take yourself out of plain sight.
No, I'd just say take your ass back to Popeyes. That's all.
Go back. All right, so you're kicking them out.
That would be like, yeah, that would be getting kicked out. Yeah, get out. Go ahead. Go back.
Yeah. Yeah, like we're not good enough for you. We're spending all this money on you, and this is how you repay us.
Yeah, that's pretty disrespectful. That would be like, yeah, I would confront them there.
Going bad bit.
That's a bad bit. That is a really bad bit.
And some of the wedding, the last couple of weddings I've been at, the food's been very good. But I've been to some weddings with some not so good food, to the point where I'm like, I'm starting to think about maybe getting a meal on my way there. I would never take it into the place and eat it in front of people.
Yeah, because those weddings are already around that time where it's really, really dinner time and you're really hungry. And you can't wait to get the I-do's over with and let's get to reception and, hey, you can have all these pregame drinks. No, we need to eat. I'm hungry.
Yeah, like dinner. There were plenty of things.
It was dinner. It was past dinner time. And they did a lot of, the prerequisite stuff. And like dinner was late. I'm like, shit, my wife is starving here. That was when I wasn't doing 3 meals a day. I was just fine. I could have gone by the guy with the tray and the deviled eggs and all that shit. I could have eaten 1,000 of those. And my wife needed food. She was getting mad.
Right. Yeah. Some of the weddings I've been to, dinner doesn't get served until like 8:30.
Oh yeah. And you're ready to eat at 5:30, 6 o'clock. Hey, what's going on here?
Yeah, I'm sitting outside in the heat in a suit or a tux, like sweating
and you can't
out
drink enough.
Yeah, and they don't let me have food at the seat. I'd like to have, some chicken tendies here with me, but they're not letting me eat while I'm watching this thing that I don't really care about that much.
I think people are afraid to have like little pregame meal, some tendies before too much, except for Joseph walking around with a tray in his hand. They don't have too much stuff where you can fill up enough where a couple people will fill up and say, hey, bye, y'all. I'm out of here now.
Well, that's they do have, cocktail hour. They'll serve food during that. So you get your appetizers, some finger foods, and that is supposed to hold you over.
That's where you drop all the shit all over your pants. Yeah.
Yeah. That's where somebody drops the shit on my pants.
Yeah.
And sometimes that food's not very good. Or sometimes it's just not enough. You want to eat.
I've never been to a wedding with bad food. I'm generally, like I say, it's either so late I'm hungry, but I never eat a whole plate of wedding food. I just don't eat the whole plate.
I don't expect it to be good. If it's good, it's a bonus, but more often than not, it's just mass produced. Like, it's chicken. It's usually dry chicken. If it's chicken, if it's beef, it's usually just well done. Like, I want my beef medium rare. Like,
that stuff is always well done.
always well done because they don't want to get in trouble for undercooking food because then they get sued. So they always dry the hell out of the beef if you get the beef. I'm not trusting fish from like giant catering company at a wedding.
Only McDonald's.
So it's like I expect it to be bad. If it's good, again, that's a benefit. That's a nice surprise. But I might start getting Popeyes on my way to these weddings and then
No, you don't want it. Well, get some, eat it in the car. Don't bring it in with you.
I ain't bringing it in, but thoughts and prayers because I'm bringing those smells in with me. So, you feel for whoever has to sit next to me during that deal.
I do like some good wedding cake though. If it's not they don't start cutting the cake till 10:30 or some shit like that. I do like wedding cake. A good piece of wedding cake is a good thing.
I would say I've had wedding cake at 10% of the weddings that I've attended.
Really?
It either like just you have to go to some table in the corner that I forget to go to, or I just don't want it. I don't know. Like I never get it. It was served to my plate at this wedding I was at last weekend, and I didn't know it was there, so I never got it.
So whoever was beside you got that on the other side of you, had 2 pieces.
Hey, good for them. That's fine.
Yeah.
I'll take that just takes up space in my stomach where the booze could be going.
Yeah, I'm about to tell my wife I want ice cream cake for my birthday Sunday. She is going to be so mad because she doesn't want me having ice cream. I'm like, hey, it's my 70th birthday, woman. Give me some damn ice cream cake.
Hey, you know what I did?
Ice cream cake. That's what I want.
You know what I did last night, Buck? One of the girls was here, and her and her boyfriend were going to go get a treat, and got a blizzard. They went to the
Oh my God!
Yes, sir. Which one?
The Reese's
nice.
Peanut butter.
Wow.
She got back. I said, whatever you do, don't do this. I don't.
Yeah, don't try to flip that thing, man. Oh, that's the best. Hey, I went and had some Amy's ice cream yesterday. Like before, I didn't have any breakfast, and so after I went to the doctor, after I came back, here it is. It's like 1 o'clock, and here I am eating Amy's ice cream. I'm eating a large, and who's in the ice cream place? But the lady that sings at the church. Oh my God!
Lord.
And I'm like, I'm trying to get through them. Her and the guy that she's with, they always see me at church and so I'm trying to sneak by them, and I hear Mike. Hey, Mike, is that you? Mike, that's you.
You're like,
I turn around like, hey, do me a favor. When you guys see me at church on Sunday, don't say anything to my wife. Don't say anything to my wife like you saw me at Amy. Don't say we met at Amy's. I'm begging them. And then I had to come home and then tell on myself. I said, because I know those two are going to say something. Yes, it's my birthday, and I'm begging people from the church, don't squeal on me.
Church gossip. I can eat on Sunday. Yeah. Michael was at Amy's Ice Cream. You know, with the weddings, guys, it's fajitas or barbecue in Texas. And, either it's going to be salsa or barbecue sauce that you're going to spill on your white shirt. Well, I guess only the bride wears white, right? I guess that's how that
allegedly.
Not supposed to wear white. I know one girl, she's been married 5 times and she's wore white 5 times. Wait a minute here.
People still go to weddings like 3, 4, and 5. Like for me, I'll maybe go to your second wedding, but like I ain't going to number 3. I sure as hell ain't going to 4 or 5.
By the way, you don't need to be having weddings if you're in your 3rd or 4th. You need to just go to Vegas or somewhere.
Yeah. Go see the JP, just get this thing done, man. Get this thing done. Swear on the Bible and call it good and move on. Move on to the next next wedding.
Yeah, no, if you're at 5, then odds are there's going to be a 6th coming at some point.
Hey, I've got a wedding story for you guys. So when you brought up the wedding, I thought about this because I saw it a long time ago. So this was like in 2015, I think it was. Yeah, 2015. I found it here. So this dude named Joel Berger married a girl named Ashley King. Burger King. So BK, your company, BK, they found out about it. They like catered the entire shindig, gave them swag, and it was they called it one whopper of a wedding. Like
wow,
Burger King was like, we got it covered. Yeah, Joel Berger and Ashley King, the Burger King wedding.
They paid for all that stuff.
They paid for it all.
Free food from Burger King.
It says when the chain caught wind of the story, it decided to help the couple create a whopper of a wedding by paying for the event and
So
offered branded
wow.
swag.
Where
So
do
my
you get these stories?
They didn't have to eat their food though, did they?
Yeah. This was in I don't know where this was. It's somewhere not around here. But anyway, yeah. They paid and they gave $10 gift cards to all the guests. $10.
Wow. My question is how many women out there would be okay with that? Like, even, it's free. Your family doesn't.
Zero.
You don't have to pay $100 a plate for your guests. Instead, all of the food is free, but the catch is it's Burger King Whoppers.
I'm going to say one out of 100.
Do we know it's just Whoppers, though? Was the entire menu for Burger King open?
Let's say it's not the whole menu, but you get Whoppers and maybe like chicken sandwiches and fries. Those are your 3 items.
No.
Yeah.
And a milkshake and a freaking chocolate shake.
That dance floor is going to be smelling rough.
Daddy. Man.
I wouldn't. I know. I'm going to say 1 out of 100. BK would go with that.
Okay. Wags, you know any? Rodney, you know any women who would,
I'm out on that one.
Agree to that deal. To us, that's like the best thing ever, but to them, no chance.
I think my wife would be good with it. Look at that.
There he is.
It fits. The math is mathing. It fits.
I'm looking at the couple. Yeah, it works.
Yeah, that guy's down.
He's had a couple of Whoppers.
He's going today. By the way, he's going today to Burger King.
He's the happiest groom in the on the planet.
Look at him.
That girl's a cutie.
I didn't realize Burger King Whoppers led to premature baldness, but I guess that's a side effect that you get. Sorry about that, Burger.
How about
All right,
that?
listen, boys. I'm on my way to another ceremony, another deal for the old guy. This is a rehab. This is rehab. Rehab. And when I go to the doctor, it's a ceremony now.
Okay.
It's Thursday. I only got one more.
See y'all. This is the slowest goodbye ever.
Bye, boys.
Shot. Oh,
yeah. You wouldn't be in a hurry either if you were going to do that.
See you later, guys. Wags, text me if you need me, man. I'm around.
It hasn't exactly been a great morning.
We got it.
I think if I do have to pop off here for like 5 minutes, Rodney can do like a monologue.
We got the reads figured out. We got a plan.
He's pulled out one bead at a time here. So
I'll always pull out. Good advice.
My guy. You will. I don't know if you'll bless the soil with children by doing that, but we'll see you, buddy.
They don't need any of my stuff. All right. See you guys tomorrow.
Later, bud.
Here they go. Here we are, man. What's up? You're gonna take it, buddy. I'm a little uncomfortable and I'm all over the place. I got the wiggles. For those of you guys that don't know, I have the shits. Shocker. All right.
Yeah,
so that's why apologies. That's why I was a little bit late getting on this morning. It has been it was an awful early morning around like 3:30. That's when the bubble guts started to happen, and then legs were horizontal around like 5:30. I texted Rodney real early. I'm like, hey man, we got to find if we can find somebody to step in for me, that'd be fantastic. If not, I think I can swing this.
Well,
but it's like I might have to leave at any time, man. It's been abrupt. It's been pretty abrupt. But anyway, how's your morning, man? Mine's a little chafed, as a matter of fact, already.
It's great, man. I tell you. Other than that, and Wags, text me. I'm like, shit, So we're trying to get stuff put together. We're making Plan B's and C's and all that. So we got it, man. But you do what you got to do.
Funny coincidence. Around that time is when I started feeling a little bit wonky. When Trey got selected I was just like, man, all right, I'm getting ready to go through the top 10 here, right? And I'm like, all right, I'm sure Trey's going to be falling to the Wizards anyways, but I started to feel the bubble guts, and I didn't want to miss the pick because I didn't know where my phone was at the time, and I didn't want to leave the TV, right? I wanted to see what was going to happen, and I like really had to go, man, and I didn't want to miss it, but I ended up, I wasn't able to see it anyways. I had to get to the bathroom. My son comes running in. Hey, they got Trey. The Wizards got Trey.
Take your phone. Sit on that.
I didn't know where. I just said I didn't know where my phone was.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you. I tell you what. I mean, Spurs. Dylan Harper and his mom.
She's a looker. She's looking. Of course, CB right on the bit there. Sends it to us last night as soon as it happens, man.
Welcome to
CD with the bird's eye view.
Welcome to San Antonio, young Harper. We're glad to have you and your mom. Welcome.
Jay says I need some of Corbin's cheese, or you need to share some of Corbin's cheese with me out of your stockpile there. That'll stop you up. It will stop you up, clog you to pieces, my dude, or clog you to a fool, as should I say.
Well,
anyway, how are you? How's your morning, man?
It's been good.
Been a lot about me. What about you?
I've been worried about you. You know, it's kind of one of those things to where it's like they say that when people hang out all the time, even though you and I hang out for an hour.
Are we having the same menstrual? Are we having the same shit cycle now?
Yeah, it's like I mean that happens, because they say like couples, the longer they're together, they feel each other's pain, just like pets. Wags, I shit you not. This is a true story. So I think it was, what was it, about 3 or 4 weeks ago when I told you that I had the screaming shits myself and I was throwing up and doing all these different things. So I was throwing up a lot. And that night, I don't think I've mentioned this on Chaos Theory. So that night, my puppy, my caddy, my sidekick, who's with me all the time, she's my caddy because we play PlayStation golf together. She's my caddy right there with me. That night, she's throwing up, she's shitting.
Oh, that ain't good.
She felt it from me, from her dad. It's like, now that's real love right there. When your dog,
I didn't know that was possible. Well, I know that my dog Bianca, she gets all upset when Katie leaves. Like she refuses to eat. I don't know. She'll have accidents up, just out of spite. I think, right? Usually it doesn't really happen until Katie leaves, though. Especially like the accidents don't ever happen until my wife steps out of the house and she's like, "Listen, mother effers, where's mom? Where's the lady that walks me and does everything for me?" So the hunger strike's pretty evident too. Like it'll happen, but yeah, I've never seen another dog get ill because their owner or their masters got ill.
And the bad thing is because I'm
having a cramp right now, buddy.
No, it's all good. I get the shits and I throw up, from time to time, but I've always kind of done that in private. And that day she saw me throw up like 3 times and I turn around in the bathroom and I'm like hurling guts everywhere. And she's looking at me like,
it sucks.
Well, I told you, I taught her how to piss outside. I went and pissed.
I mean, the dog didn't even have thumbs, Fokker.
Yeah,
all over. Where you want to go first? I mean, we were kind of flirting with the NBA draft. You want to stay there, man?
Yeah, man. I thought about me last night while the NBA draft was going on because I could hear your voice in my head as the draft was going on. And this is not a problem that I have with the draft at all. I think that this is something that I wish happened a little more often, to where like in the NFL draft, it's so much of a show and these guys are all dressed up and doing, they're bigger than life and they're about to get paid and all this other shit. There was a lot of emotion in that NBA draft last night. Did you notice that? There was a lot of dudes that were like had the feels.
There was who was the kid that was crying? Who was the kid that had just tears streaming down his face?
Yeah, that guy. That's when I heard you. That's when I heard you in my head saying, "Oh, Double R, man. They've been listening to Chaos Theory because they look like you." I'm like, come on, man. But yeah, there was
Maluak. Maluak was the other kid from Duke.
Yeah, that's right.
He had just streams of tears coming down his eyes, man, coming down his face. Yeah. What is the team that I wanted to say? I wanted to say that the Hawks were. I was really impressed with Hawks, not just because they got Derek Queen, Drake Powell. Yeah, they picked up Drake Powell too. And don't get me wrong, like I don't think they absolutely needed Powell, but still, it's an ability to add depth, right? An ability to add depth at your backcourt position here, right? Now, of course, you got one of the the better guards there, but still, I mean, the Hawks might be okay in a year or two. They got some pieces now, and they had a pretty decent draft last night. I am big on Derek Queen. Like Derek Queen was a phenom, just a freshman phenom. I thought for Maryland there. I want to say he's definitely got a ton of potential, right? I was trying to give him a comp last night. I had a guy written down, but I can't find my paper. It'll come back to me here in a couple. Oh yeah, Dwight. He can play with his back to the basket, but he can also play fronted up, right? He can also play sized up too. Got great feet. He can go left. He can go right. I want to say he plays like a very versatile Dwight Howard back when Dwight Howard was young, but he doesn't. He's got more versatility than Dwight Howard, being able to go, being able to front the basket and have played with his back towards the basket. But he's also he doesn't have the leaping ability that Dwight Howard has. Right now, remember, he's only a freshman, so I'm sure he's going to put on a lot of probably 5, maybe 10 pounds of muscle, and he's going to be able to do ball all day instead of have to tend to academics and stuff like that. Derek Queen, I thought was a nasty steal for Atlanta to get right there. Everybody kind of penciled him around that point, but still, I thought Atlanta being able to pull him and Powell was pretty special. Wizards, I'll address the Trey Johnson selection. I love it. Fantastic. I really feel.
How about that outfit? What did you think of his outfit?
Oh, he's on point. My man knows how to impress, that's for sure. But look, here's the thing, man. Like you had to get your limelight now, because it's gonna be bad for business when you go to the Wizards. You're not gonna. Yeah, we're not gonna see. You thought you had a bad time at Texas, right? Not getting calls. You're really not gonna get calls at Washington because they don't get any love. They don't get any love from the refs or anybody, man.
And like, no offense, if you wanna watch Trey Johnson, you better have like the Washington affiliate, like on your app. But you better have an app for it, because I think that's
LB. I give two shits what ESPN valued that pick. I'm telling you what I thought. I think Derek Queen's a fantastic player. I think it's going to be an awesome pick. Now, it might not amount to shit because it's on the Falcons, but I think they're like 1, maybe 2 years away from getting something cooking here, man.
I tell you what I thought was funny last night was when Utah comes rolling up at number 5 and they pick Bailey. They pick Ace Bailey after he had he didn't want to go work out for him. I mean, he's like looking down the road and he's picked number 5 and he's like, oh shit. I mean, that look on his face is like, oh shit, man. But I mean, I think that's a good pick for them. But I'm
shocked at anyone that throws snide to anybody that picks them, right? Like if you're getting selected by the NBA, your life is changing. You're becoming a millionaire overnight. Or if you can continue to ball for a couple of years and show some flashes, you're going to be a millionaire, right? You'll have thousands of dollars, the first couple of years, but you'll be a millionaire if you can actually play around the league.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing in the NFL where these guys are like, well, I don't want to go to Cleveland. I don't want to go to Jacksonville. Well, who the fuck are you? It's like if any major league franchise drafts me, are you kidding? I mean, it ain't like you're going there for free. You don't have to pay to go there.
I don't really look at too much of the ratings. Zion Williams was an A+.
Well, yeah.
Okay, Zion Williams was an A+ pick. Okay, what has Zion done? I kind of had this conversation last night too. What
Zion Williams? What has he done?
What has Zion Williamson done?
Getting in trade talks. It's like, okay, they're going to trade it.
That's it. He is what if, still at this point, he's still a what if because he can't stay healthy. And
it's that dude. When you hear him in trade talks, it's like, okay, who wants him? That's what you hear with him. I got to tell you, man, I mean, I know I'm a Spurs guy and I'm going on and on and on about the Spurs and what's coming. That Carter Bryant pick at number 14 to me, that's big. That is big to me. That's just another piece that you're going to slot in there. I mean, that's a defensive guy. I think that you're adding to your defense right there. And obviously the great pick there at number 2, like we talked about with Harper, the pieces that are already there and De'Aaron Fox and everything that's going on in San Antonio. I just think that the Carter Bryant pick is something that's going to help down the road. I think that's one of those pieces once this all comes together for San Antonio in a couple of years where you're going to look and you're going to say, damn, they got that dude at number 14. Now that one paid off nice. And I think that's what's about to happen right there.
I knew I saw this. So Derek, I was just checking the draft board here. I thought I saw that Derek Queen ended up going to New Orleans with the trade, right? I thought I saw that anyways. But yeah, I just wanted to make sure. So Derek Queen will be on New Orleans. He'll be on the Pelicans there. That's why I knew I had a vision of Zion for a reason here. When what was it for? Like I had to double check on that. And yeah, So Derek Queen actually was drafted by the Atlanta Falcons and then traded to New Orleans. So that might be why the pick got evaluated as a C+. If he's going to New Orleans there. But if so, hypothetically, like if he was able to stay on Atlanta, I thought Atlanta would be fantastic. I thought Atlanta would have been in much better shape. I still think they're piecing together something special, but if they would have had a piece like Derek Queen, 100%. Now, Derek Queen on New Orleans, that is a little bit of a dilemma. Like, they're going to have to move Zion Williams. I don't know if both of these guys will be able to play in the same space. But it makes sense drafting a dude like Queen with Zion being, just so up and down the way he has been in his first 5 years or so.
And the thing about those two, I mean, two bigs is one thing. I mean, you can make two bigs work in a system, but I mean, those guys aren't like defensive guys. I mean, either one of them from what we've seen. I mean, obviously they play defense, but they're not. One's not an imposing
defense. Queen's defense is okay. Now he's going to get a lot better. He's a freshman, Rodney, so he's going to get fantastic. But I don't know if he's ready to deal with grown ass men yet. That's why I say he's got to put on 5, maybe 10 pounds of actual muscle. So but he's got the size, and that's the thing too, right? He's fearless. Like, so I'm not worried about him going up against grown ass men. Like it doesn't matter who's in front of him. He's going to the cup. Like that's just who this dude is.
Yeah. Is there anyone, I mean, obviously we go to round 2 today, and again, I'll defer to you as more of the basketball guy than I am. Anybody still on the board that you think, damn, I thought that dude would be gone? I mean, there wasn't really anything last night that took me by surprise.
Everybody, I mean, it was kind of carbon copy. Like it was basically, as predicted. A few, here and there changed up and down from a few boards, but it was pretty much predictable. No real shocks that are still left. Yeah.
That dude from St. Joe's, I thought maybe would have gone. I saw him in a
Danny Wolf. I thought Danny Wolf went a little
Fleming. I thought Fleming may go. St. Joe's, I think, is where that dude was from. I saw him in a bunch of mocks, kind of in the late 20s, but I didn't hear him go. But yeah, there was really nothing of surprise right there. And I think Cooper Flagg, when we talk about a dude that's probably going to inherit the mantle as your torch carrying franchise guy, I mean, I think he wore that Burger King crown pretty good last night. I think the dude's ready to go. That young guy, man. These guys are so young, man. Youngest since LeBron to be drafted number 1. No pressure. No pressure.
And Malulak is on Phoenix, by the way. Malulak drafted by the Rockets and then traded to Phoenix.
Yep, absolutely. Before we go any further with NBA Draft Talk, how about some true customer testimonials from our great customers and friends from Covert Bee Cave?
They treat you like family. My husband and I have bought several vehicles from the Coverts over the years, and it's always just been easy and effortless.
By the time we walk into the dealership, paperwork's ready and we're ready to buy.
I walked in, literally signed a couple of things, and I was 10 minutes in and out.
They just take care of everything.
I personally feel like people took care of me. I feel like as they're taking care of me, if they take care of other people that I know, it's just that much of a plus.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Absolutely. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. As we always talk about our great audiovisual consultation systems that we have set up in our various studios. You see them, each and every day that we're live right here on TSU. You get to see the things that are sitting behind us, and that is one man right there, 512-255-8678. Call our man Tom McKay, and he will hook you up with that system. He's going to answer the phone himself. That's the thing. You call that dude, he's going to come out, he's going to take a look, and then he'll head out and kind of give you an idea what he thinks is going to work best for you. How about some summer fun from our friends at AV Consultation?
Hey, y'all, I'm Camille McKay.
And I'm Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
The old man and I are here to give you your summer weather forecast. It's hot.
That's right, kid.
Which means it's time for pool parties, grilling burgers, and taking a beach vacation, right?
Well, I don't know about a vacation, but Audiovisual brings more heat than any tropical destination.
It was worth a shot. I'll settle for some outdoor speakers.
You know, Audiovisual can do a lot more than that. We provide outdoor video screens, audio systems, landscape lighting, even solar shades for your patio to keep the Texas heat at bay.
Well, I'm sold. Let's wrap this up. I'm ready to lounge on a floaty and listen to some smooth jazz.
Well, that sounds wonderful, but some smooth smooth reggae is the way to go this summer.
Good thing we can listen to both with the Sonos sound system. I call dibs on the floaty, though. Peace out.
Kid, wait a second. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us at avconsultations.com. That's 512-255-8678.
Absolutely. AV Consultations, avconsultations.com. Code to text line 222-9328. Of course, we talk about it all the time. You guys feel free to check in there. Guys and ladies, as we do have ladies that check in. Getting a little bit of conversation there, a little bit of chatter, too, with folks about Queen, about that pick right there, to where they're a little baffling, it seems like.
I don't know. I just remembered, buddy, Jeremiah Fears also got selected by the Pelicans. So the Pelicans could be reshaping and revamping something nasty. I mean, two pretty decent freshmen there, with Fears coming from OU and then Derek Queen from Maryland there.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Longhorn Bear hits it right here where we talk about the big guys. And I mean, Portland does now have, two of them right there with those guys. So that's where we're gonna the two bigs will work. I'm just not sure about Queen making the move in there with Zion, because I think Zion is the one piece on there that's got to go, or that needs to be moved. I mean, because we were hearing about that last year. I remember
it's never a bad thing to have bigs, right?
Absolutely. I agree with that.
If you can find enough space on the floor for both of these guys to be on the floor at the same time, that's great. But
yeah, absolutely. And the thing is, like I was saying, I mean, they're both good on the offensive side. But I remember even at one point last year, there was some conversation about Zion going to the Spurs, about being kind of the second big guy to Wemby. And of course, that didn't work out. I don't think you need him now. But that'll be interesting to see, because that was an interesting move at 13 to me last night.
If I'm breaking down the pick, right? If I'm breaking down both these guys, Queen beside Zion, like it's clear that Zion's the freakish athlete, right? Mm-hmm. But I mean, here's the thing: like, he's got to stay in shape, he's got to stay healthy, and he's got to be able to play basketball. That hasn't been the case here with New Orleans. As soon as he gets cooking, he usually gets a setback, or something happens to where he's not on the floor, right? I think the more skill set, I think Derek Queen has got a complete bag. I don't know how many of you guys watch Terrapin basketball. I don't venture to say too many of the people that are in this channel watch that much Maryland basketball. I watched a significant amount of it. Derek Queen is fantastic. He's got every damn piece of the bag that you need. So, or every tool of it. I have no doubt that he's going to blossom into a fantastic player. The dude is absolutely fearless. And it's really cool to see what New Orleans is building here with a young Jeremiah Fears and a Derek Queen. I'm kind of intrigued here. Let's see what the Pelicans can put together.
One that I was also curious to see was after the KD trade, much publicized trade, that's supposed to take Houston to the next level, what Phoenix would do there at number 10. And I think that, in my opinion, that is probably one of the best picks that I saw, where you go and you actually address your need. I mean, where you have something that moves right there, and then you go get that dude. I think that Phoenix actually went in there and filled a need that they needed to fill with Malach. Is that whatever?
Maluak.
Moloch, yeah.
Maluak.
Yeah. They go and they get that dude, and I think that's something you needed to do when you were removing KD. So Phoenix, there's a lot of pieces to put together there, but I think that's actually a good pick for them.
Right on. There's one more. It wasn't a draft pick, but it was just a move I wanted to ask you guys. So a couple of days ago, and Jake kind of hits it up on the chat channel here. Jordan Poole is now in New Orleans as well. So they're kind of reshaping. No more CJ McCollum, which is wild. I happen to think CJ McCollum is one hell of a player, which is why I'm kind of posing this question. With the addition of Trey Johnson, and I know the answer already, okay, guys, but just entertain me here and give me a little bit of a chip, a chair, and a prayer as a Wizards fan. But with CJ McCollum moving over to Washington and Trey Johnson being drafted by Washington, they have some shooters now that can get their own shot and don't have to rely on, coming off stacked screens and being able to, finagle and finesse the defense to where they can, get open looks. They have two point guards that can absolutely get their own shot. CJ maybe, mentoring Trey a little bit here. I would much rather have Trey mentored by CJ McCollum than a Poole, right? But yeah, now you have and CJ could probably naturally play the 2, but even at the 2, he can get his own shot. Trey playing the 1, CJ at the 2. Does Washington have a chance to build? I'm not even going to say become a winner, but does Washington have a chance to build off of this backcourt? And I'll let you answer, Rodney. Go.
I think they do. I mean, this is where
CJ is 30. I understand CJ is 33. I didn't say they were going to have a playoff run. I said, do they have a chance to build something?
Look, man, they're in the East.
Rodney, go ahead.
They're in the East, my man. This is, I'm telling you, not that I keep talking about where with the moves that Boston's making and so forth, where they're look what Boston's doing, and we're sitting here saying, well, they may fall to 5th or 6th in the East. I mean, yes, absolutely. What I see here is progress. There's possibilities that something can happen right here. I mean, age, man, forget about age. Are you kidding me? How old's LeBron James? Look what that dude's doing.
LeBron's different. LeBron, you can't use LeBron. Can't use LeBron. LeBron is built different.
The whole thing is, man, I think you surround some of these veteran guys. You surround some of these guys that are in situations that may not be the most opportune with these organizations, and you plug in these young guys that are full of energy and full of potential. And this is where you see it all the time in sports, where these young dudes come in and some of these older guys, you can't help but want to help them become a pro. And I think that's what could be happening right here. No, Washington's not going to contend to win the East, but I think this is actually a step forward to where they're going to be better. They're going to be better. And that's a big deal, man, because we see so many of these teams where it's like they never get better. They're satisfied with being lethargically bad, whatever adjective you want to use. I think this is a step in the right direction, dude. New energy. Hope, a little hope and optimism, dude.
Where are you at? I mean, let's talk about Houston real quick too, right? Because Danny Wolf was another player that you said is there a player that kind of, are you shocked that they'd still be there, that they didn't get drafted? So not one of those players kind of falls into my category, but I thought Danny Wolf going off the board a little bit late was different. This dude, I mean, he's got size, he's got length, he's got fundamentally sound too, right? When you watch, the first thing you see when you watch this dude is Mr. Fundamental. Okay, he can I always forget the guy, the white Michael Jordan they call him from, or the blacktop Michael Jordan is what they call him. Scalabrini, that might be who I'm thinking about. But I feel like he's got a lot of Scalabrini's bag. Not that Scalabrini was a fantastic player in the NBA, but still, like the dude's got a lot of that bag, a lot of that elk, right? He can step down, he can step out and hit the knockdown 3, and he's able to play tough inside too. I thought that was a pretty decent pick. He ended up getting traded to Houston, but what does that do for Houston now? Bringing in some I wouldn't say much needed size, but they get another shooter that can hit from the perimeter and that can body down a little bit inside too, and also Big Ten player from Michigan. He knows how to bang. He knows how to bruise, right? But with the advent of Kevin Durant coming over now too, what do you think that the pieces or the chances of Houston are actually able to, it's a hard hill. It's a hard apex to get over with that Oklahoma City Thunder team just sitting there in the West, right? Do you think that this is enough with, again, he's a rookie. I don't know how much this piece is going to matter, but sometimes, you find like a diamond in the rough, like, the dude, oh my God, the guy from Tennessee last year that ended up being a Laker. He was playing fantastic. The name's eluding me, man. I'm having a rough morning. Sorry about that, guys.
Well, and the other part about
you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. I know.
You don't know the damn name either. My bad.
I can't think of his name, but I will tell you the thing. So did you notice when we talk about Houston, because we were talking about who again, another piece. I don't think that that's going to put you hot on the heels of New Orleans. I mean, there's just too much, with Oklahoma City. There's just too much with the Thunder at this point. But did you see? Kind of went under the
Dalton Connect. My bad. Sorry.
Did you see kind of floated under the radar where Houston re-signed Greta Van Fleet? So did you see that? So Fred, I mean, has got him a new deal. So that's a new energy, taking the option there. He's getting like a $50 million deal, 2 years with the player option and so forth. So, I mean, it's going to take a lot for anybody to be, going, sorry for the what I'm going to say here with your current state, somebody up New Orleans' ass right now because what am I talking about here? Oklahoma's ass, Oklahoma City Thunder's ass. But I like this move. Again, you're just adding pieces right here in the Durant thing. Again, I think they stay right there too, but I don't think it's anything that's going to make them any more of a contender.
I don't think they're going to be going down anywhere. I think, I think they've added 2 decent shooters to their. I mean, they lost Green, which Green I thought was fantastic, but you can't go silent in the playoffs. You just can't.
Right.
You absolutely can't. So if you want to be able to carry the torch, you got to bring someone that has done it before. KD's done it, and now you've added some more shooters to your squad as well. Where else you want to go here, amigo? We've done a lot of NBA draft today.
Well, and kind of to that, I mean, Houston needs to get to the point because that's where New Orleans, God damn it, why do I keep saying New Orleans when I'm thinking about Oklahoma City?
I don't know.
When Oklahoma City, Oklahoma City would stumble around in the playoffs, that's where Houston needs to go next. And that next step there, I mean, KD hopefully will be the answer if you're a Rockets fan. Folks, got to tell you about McCall Custom Homes, McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. You've got that home renovation project that you need done. And I tell you all of the time, because like I mentioned, all of my years in real estate, I still get calls. Should I sell my home right now? I'm like, look, if you're sitting in a home that you've had for 15 or 20 years, you love your area, you love where you are, don't put that thing on the market. Market's a little volatile right now. There are a lot of things going on in the world that affect interest rates and market conditions and so forth. If you're sitting on equity, here's my advice to you. Take that nest egg that you're sitting on and add value to it. And that's what our friends at McCall Custom Homes will do for you. Check them out at McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com, whether it's a master bath renovation like we did here at our place. If it's a kitchen renovation, that's the funny thing about it. You go in there, you change those floors, you reskin or change the cabinets, you add granite or quartz countertops. Man, that is adding value to your home. Check out our friends there at McCall, 512-633-9580. Free estimates right now for Texas Sports Unfiltered listeners. Be sure and call our man Mike. Don't do it too late. Call or text 512-633-9580. For over 40 years, these folks have been doing business right here in the Austin, Texas area, and they're ready to go to work for you. In that estimate, they're going to give you their ideas and coordinate that with your ideas, and then you come up with a grand plan that's going to look amazing. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Check out the gallery of projects right now. We build value into your home. It is McCall Custom Homes. Also, new lawyer in town, guys. I was watching the morning news this morning while my man Wags was over there in a very bad spot. I'm sitting over here watching the morning news, and I'm watching all these guys standing on top of cars and swinging hacksaw Duggan 2x4s and all these different things. Don't call them. New lawyer in town. If you need a personal injury attorney, when that storm hits, you call Hurricane Hecht. That's right. Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal injury attorney right here in Austin. A proud Texas Longhorn fighting for fellow Texans. Ryan's not just a lawyer. He's a Longhorn through and through, and he brings that same fire and pride into the courtroom. Injured in a car accident, hurt on the job, anything personal injury related, you call our man Hurricane Hecht. He's been fighting for justice and big results for over a decade. Cool thing about it is you get into these things. These situations happen. There's a lot going on. He's going to be aggressive in court, but he's going to be compassionate with you. And if Hurricane Hecht doesn't win your case, you pay no fees. That's right, friends. No fees unless Hurricane Hecht gets money in your pocket. Austin-based, Texas proud, friend of the show, friend of Texas Sports Unfiltered. Don't let those big insurance companies bully you around, guys. Let Hurricane Hecht blow their case wide open. Call him 512-938-8929. You can also email him at ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHT lawfirm.com. You know what I'm going to have for you tomorrow, Wags?
Moody MAD.
No, Well, I'm gonna go drop you some of this off in a little while. I think. Yeah.
That works better than the Imodium AD. I'm telling you.
I'm going out in public tonight. Believe it or not.
Why? Why are you doing that?
A buddy of mine that
you got to do something. What?
Kind of. Well, kind of. Something I couldn't turn down. Buddy of mine that runs one of the movie houses here in Round Rock. He called me up a couple of weeks ago and he said, "Hey, dude, F1 premieres tonight." Wait, what's today? Wednesday? Today, Thursday.
The new Brad Pitt movie.
So I'm going tonight. Yeah. He's like, "Come on out. First night. Come on out on me. Bring the wife. Come check it out."
Look at you. Does he own a theater or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
Owns the flicks over there.
Oh, and you know that guy?
Yeah, he used to do. He would come on with me at halftime and do Westwood interviews and stuff, or interviews about flicks because they were sponsors. Which.
Oh, well, there you go. Ding, 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 ding. That's what I was getting to. Let's hit that guy up.
But gotta go check out F1 tonight. And I'm going in with a positive attitude. It's going to be good.
It's just Brad, like Tom Cruise is not in this movie, right?
I don't think so. So
for some reason, whenever I think of stunts or a lot of stunts, I just associate Tom Cruise.
I know, right? I think it's kind of the same. I don't know if it's the same production company because I still haven't seen Top Gun 2 Electric Boogaloo. I still haven't watched that. We've been talking about it for 2 years on here.
Top Gun 2 Maverick?
Top Gun Maverick. I haven't watched
that's I thought that was fantastic. I mean, it is carbon copy of Top Gun. It is. I'm not even messing with you, man. It is the same template of Top Gun. They've got different characters. Okay. They even have the slow motion love scene. It's to the T. Like it's basically right there. I mean, if you have a classic, an 80s classic like that, and everybody's longing for the 80s so much, just give a little bit of a reskin of it, right? Just reskin it and then put it back out there in this 2020 era, and there you go.
And that's where I get so soured on the remakes because it's like you go whether
but it was easy to do with this remake though.
They change it all up. Well, this F1 thing, so this is a new concept. And with the popularity through the Netflix thing and the popularity of F1, and so I got a feeling this one's going to be pretty good. I got a feeling
it's got Brad Pitt in it, so it should be decent, right? And I'm not anything that Brad Pitt touches is usually pretty good.
Yeah, and just from some of the trailers that I've seen, because I think here's where probably a lot went into this movie to where we saw the behind the scenes stuff with Drive to Survive, to where I think that's going to be entailed here, because like personally when it comes to racing, people talk about Days of Thunder and all that. That's a shit movie. I don't like it, and they're supposedly remaking that.
So you can, with the way that they casted Top Gun Maverick, and I don't want to spoil. Like, I mean, it's been out for a while. I don't want to spoil it.
I'll never.
You're going to enjoy watching the storyline, anyways. But it's got Glenn Powell and it's got Miles Teller, right?
Turner.
Miles Teller, not Miles Turner, but Miles Teller as the two leading men, right? So you basically have your new Maverick and Iceman. Okay.
Yeah.
That it's a stemmed rivalry. At the end of it, they, Glenn Powell's there to kind of, save Maverick and Rooster's ass a little bit, and they all make up, but there's still that rivalry there, right? So again, and they also they put it in somewhat of a believable conflict, or something that could happen, in somebody's airspace, in a different country's airspace, right? Or collecting intel. I don't want to take the entire story away from you. You do have to watch it, but it's somewhat of a believable approach. And again, the way that they do the stunts, it's fun. It's great cinema in a world where we're just getting nothing but Marvel and green screen. It was really refreshing to see some of the cinematography from the cockpit itself too, and see what these actors had to go through, man.
That's big.
It was fun. It was fun.
Like how you said, in a world. It yes, because I when I go to the cinema and I watch a movie, and that green screen shit drives me crazy. I remember the Dukes of Hazzard when they started using toy cars to do the jumps. I'm like, what is this? what are you doing here? And that was in the 80s. But anyway,
oh man, the models were the best. George Lucas with all the Star Wars models, like the actual figurines, and then he bring them through the space. Oh man, they don't make them like that anymore, man.
Yeah. See, because like when it comes, and here's what I think this movie's going to be, and I'll give you guys a little idea of, once I see it.
Look, hold on real quick. Look at what LB has right here. Okay, to me, don't do anymore. No Iceman, and every high-ranked officer thinks Maverick is an ass. I understand what you're saying there, but I it's a great franchise to build off of. It does suck that Iceman's not in there, but I mean, we didn't have Goose, right?
And you can ruin it for me. I mean, I don't mind. I mean, so in Top Gun 2, Electric Boogaloo is that's old reference. What was that movie?
It's breaking. It's breaking and breaking too. Electric. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm talking about. I'm cultured.
So in that, so I'm Maverick has progressed and he's like very high in rank and
no. He's held back because of his antics. He's been passed over a few times because of his shenanigans as a young lieutenant. But I mean, I think he's made captain at this point. But I don't think that I can't remember. I think he makes captain, but he doesn't make some of the higher echelon ranks. Like he doesn't become admiral or anything like that. So
see, because like Days of Thunder, like some of the inner stories of that, like the rivalry and the meetings and all the different things with the
Penny Benjamin.
That's probably why I'll watch it just in and of itself at some point. But it's like some of the stories between the personality, some of that is true. And that I like in Days of Thunder, but all the other shenanigans with the doctor and all these love things. And I'm like, man, I'm an action movie guy. I mean, I want to see some action. I want to see some racing.
And this too, if he picks up rank, he gets grounded, or he doesn't exactly get grounded, but he becomes more of an instructor. And he was brought in as a consultant / instructor for this anyway. So
okay, I can only assume
now you have the entire storyline.
Well, I mean, now I'm more apt to watch it. I can tell you what I think is going to happen tonight. Well, not tonight, but in this movie, what's going to happen for me tonight? I am guessing that this movie is going to take the Lewis Hamilton, Max Verstappen personalities, and that's going to be the building block of what they're doing. That's the only thing that I can guess, because if you think about when this movie was actually made, that's when that was the rivalry. You had these two guys where you had the many time champion dude. If you got to bounce, that's okay. Just kind of pull yourself out of there. I think that's what we're going to see tonight, or what I'm going to see tonight. And I'll break that down for you guys, but I'm actually looking very forward to it, where a lot of times I go into watching these different sports movies and I'm like, this is going to suck. But I actually think it's going to be pretty damn good. So we'll be checking that out tonight. So that's on my horizon. I'm not sure when that actually opens in all the other theaters, but like I said, just going to check it out. Wags, you need to bounce, dude. I can pull you out.
No, I'm good. I wasn't able to finish last night either, watching the Texas and Orioles game there, but the Texas Rangers had a no going into like the 6th inning. Was anybody able to see the rest of that last night?
I think Jacob deGrom had a hell of a night, didn't he? I mean that was that's a dude. I heard the guys talking this morning where I think Bucky actually mentioned where you need to move Jacob deGrom. I mean, I don't think you do that if you're Texas. I know that Houston's sitting in a really good spot right now as they vaulted to the top of the West and are probably the hottest team in baseball right now, and everything coming together there for them. But I mean, I don't think that's anything where Texas needs to go in there and what are they, 8 games back? I think they're about 8 games back of Houston. I don't think you go in there and make any kind of moves like that, because I don't think that West is settled. I mean, I'm an Astros fan, by the way. We got a text from our man Ike with the Astros tattoo there. So yeah, you go Ike. But I mean, I had that on for a little bit, but I didn't. I was going back to the draft, so I honestly don't know how.
I'm curious if Young stays at the bottom. Young's starting to heat up a little bit. I'm not too sure he's going to stay down at the bottom third of that lineup there. I think he's probably going to be venturing up and getting to the 5th spot again. I like where Simeon's at though. Yeah, they touched up the O's last night, and DeGrom, like you just mentioned, he had a no going into the 8th inning. He got broken up in the 8th there, but still, yeah, he was absolutely dialed in. Again, here we are, right? Another year talking about whether the Rangers should be in sell mode or buy mode again. 2 years after winning the World Series, I would think that you still have some championship pieces around there. And when DeGrom's dealing like he was last night, why not add some stuff to your roster here and go after this thing in the West? Now the West is doable. It's takeable here. It's like you just mentioned. You're only a handful of games back, right? You got the Mariners are breathing down the necks, or did they actually just topple and take over the West there?
No, Houston's up.
It's still Houston, right?
5 games, yeah. Houston's up by 5 games right now, and surging, at this point. But that's where I have to think at some point.
But it's Houston. It's Houston, and then but the M's are the next.
Yeah. Seattle's in second, and I think about 2.5, 3 games back there is Texas. But the whole thing is with the Rangers. And again, the example last night with what we're talking about with Jacob deGrom, man, it's like, score some freaking runs. I mean, that's if you turn a Rangers game on, it's like, man, you guys have got they're averaging 3.64 runs per game, and that's a problem. That's a problem when you've got Simeon and Seager and these guys on your roster. Man, you are capable of scoring runs, but you're just not able to plate those runs. And
it's a good thing you have the arms, man. Seriously, I mean, Baltimore would love to have the arms that you have.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, the Rangers, it really is a head scratcher, and they're a game under 500, but they're still, I think, in the West, because I do think at some point, again, I'm an Astros fan, but I do think at some point the Astros are going to take a step back here. At some point, Cam Smith is going to come back to reality. Hunter Brown's going to get in trouble. Something. I think that they're going to bring this thing back, and I think Texas is better equipped to chase them down than Seattle, because Seattle, we see it every year. The final 2.5, 3 months of the season, they shit the bed, where they're right there, maybe even leading the West, and they find a way to come back. So Texas, man, you just got to get your bats fired up, man. I don't know what that's all about. So
it's and again, the Lumber's got to wake up, right? But I mean, the lumber wasn't awake for the Orioles last night. To quote, the late Bob Uecker, 1 hit. We only had 1 gosh darn hit, and I'm not going to say the Lord's name in vain, but we only had 1 gosh darn hit. You can't say that on the radio. Why not? Nobody's listening. A little quote from Major League there. Yeah, the Orioles were 1 hit last night. Thank you to Cowser, though, for getting us up on the board. But yeah, what a gem, though, by deGrom. And look, man, when I know you guys were just talking about it, but if the bats can wake up when you have the pitching to go with this, you can still make a run in the postseason.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen that. That's no.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. Our daily dose of WNBA news. Caitlin Clark is going to miss the game tonight against the Sparks. No ratings. Nobody will watch.
What's wrong? Is she hurt?
Something wrong with her growing. Her growing.
No, I know what it is.
Oh,
yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So I don't know.
Maybe she tweaked it. Maybe she tweaked it. All right.
I'll still check in.
What else we got to get to before we get out of here?
No,
I'm not prairie dog. So here's what's going on. I don't have a prairie dog or anything like that. I got the bubble guts, man. So like my stomach is killing me.
I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at the way you.
There's no solid stuff going on right now. It's usually just the liquid right now, and it's rolling through those intestines, man.
And I got to tell you guys,
what do you got to tell us, Rodney? What do you got to tell us?
Here's what I got to tell you. Yesterday, when people were saying that I was full of shit, sorry for that reference, about it getting dark, they were right. I don't know what I was thinking. It got dark at 6:30. Last night it was like 8 o'clock, and it was still
it's daylight. Like it gets dark at like 9 o'clock. I don't know what the hell you were talking. I was just letting you go on one. I thought you had some good ayahuasca with Aaron Rodgers or something.
It must have been. It must have been that day that it got dark when I thought that when the storm was coming. Maybe I was basing everything on one occasion, like I do a lot of times, where it's like you
say that we have storms in our neighborhood sometimes, and we lived in the same damn neighborhood. So some days I just figure you're off on one, man. Well, maybe you had like 3 or 4, cold ones, and you're just laying on the couch or something.
Well, I will say you people are correct, because no, it definitely doesn't get dark that early. I don't know.
It does not. It does not. So
yeah.
I don't know where you were going with it yesterday, but I mean, I was having fun listening to you, man.
Yeah.
Where you want to go next, though, amigo? We got about a minute or two.
You've been watching World Cup?
No, I have not.
Or Gold Cup, I guess.
Gold Cup. There you go.
Yeah,
but still, no, I have not been watching.
Apparently, I haven't been either.
Yeah, you have not been. You have not been watching the World Cup either.
Actually, I've turned it on because, like I told you, I worked that event. I went to Dallas, to Arlington, and did that one. And so the last few times that I've kind of scrolled through there on the Tom McKay system, and I see that it's on there, I kind of watch it just to prepare, to get ready, because I'm going back there on July 5, I think it is, for the Gold Cup finale at Reliant. So I kind of want to, where we were talking about the other day, who's going to be in that, kind of want to be prepared so I know what I'm getting myself into. That's just not my thing. I just can't,
No, I get you. Soccer's hard to watch, especially if you're not invested in it, right? And Gold Cup's not exactly the best the best tournament to watch. Usually people tend to follow the European leagues more, or the European tournaments more. But whenever our boys are doing well, it's you have to watch. And apparently this is one of the most talented eras in our national soccer history. So if I guess you would be remiss, or not remiss, but I guess you would be doing yourself a disservice, or doing the nation a disservice, if you didn't cheer on our boys. So they're pretty talented. They're young. They got a lot of speed too. So we'll see if they can piece it together.
I had a conference call yesterday afternoon, and we were talking about that Gold Cup event that I'm going to be going back to work. And I was like, oh, I was so excited in Arlington. It was great, watching this. I'm like totally lying. It's like, it was unbelievable. I just kept going back to Mexico was there. So whatever. And then the guy's like, oh yeah, so who do you think's going to be in the finale? I'm like, anyway, yeah, but I'm trying to watch it, but that was my first thought as I've been watching it just a little bit, is like, so this is supposed to be like the best, right? I mean, these are like the best players, or
of this, of our nation, and the best of like national teams in this hemisphere, right?
Yeah.
And like CONCACAF. So
yeah.
Again, it's not people in the West, man. That's the better soccer. You do know that, right? Like the better soccer is in Europe, right? Like the East over there. It's further east, not west. I don't know why I kept saying west. It's further east.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, I did know that, or I do now. Top 5 tomorrow, Wags. Do we want to spin the wheel? You have that there?
Oh yeah, I guess we do have to spin the wheel today. Today
we can randomly pick one of those. But right quick, on that code of text line 222-9328, kind of back to the NBA talk. Our man Tom McKay checks in. He says, next year I will bet now that a team that nobody thinks will win the championship will win the championship, because the NBA is the highest injury sport of them, and these guys are all prima donnas. I think I will say that it's going to be somebody out of the West. When we start getting into the odds-on favorites of, with Oklahoma City being the odds-on favorite, I mean, that's kind of one of those things that, Ray Charles, Stevie Wonder, Ronnie Millsap, they can all see that. They should be the NBA champion next year. But I tend to agree with this a little bit, to where there may be, we just watched what Indiana did. And this is what we were talking about yesterday, Wags. We're like talking about all these teams in the East, and you were the one that said, well, look at Indiana last year.
Yeah,
so,
we are already dismissing them,
Well, and you know what? Where's Giannis going? I mean, all this shit goes down last night, and we still, I guess Giannis is going to stay with the Bucks. I think that's still another piece that's yet to fall in place. I think that'll drastically change the NBA if he goes to, maybe New York's a sleeper here sitting there waiting. I don't know. Meanwhile, there's the wheel.
All right. Wheel picker is up. Wheel picker is ready. Make sure you guys are liking the video. You guys know all that stuff. America's C team versus Costa Rica on Sunday. That's what Jake is saying here. So make sure you guys are checking that out. So for our categories, top 5 play-by-play, best hockey sweaters, sex positions, college football teams, World Series teams, actresses, female coaches, video games, sideline report. Did we not do sideline reporters?
Yeah, we did. We did them.
I feel like we just did sideline reporters. We need to take sideline reporters out of here real quick. Adult film stars is still there. All right, so where did I just leave? Unsung act. We just did unsung actors too.
Yep.
Sorry, guys. I am dropping the ball here.
You're dropping the ball and dropping the deuces today, my man.
I am. All right. I think we are good to go. That is why we go over all the categories, just to see if we have any ones left over still. If you guys have any recommendations, please let us know. We will add them in for the next spin. Without further ado, let's kick this thing off. Looking for top 5 opening day performances. Yeah.
All right. Let me write that down. Opening day performances, and that's all sports, right? Yeah.
I guess you can go that way, but I'm thinking more of baseball. Like I was thinking more of like, a guy that goes 4 for 4 or a pitcher that just lights out or something like that. That's kind of why I put this in there. It was on the brink and birth of the new campaign for MLB, but we can go with whatever you want to go to. I'm probably going to stick with just solely baseball though.
Okay, I'll do that too, because that is the thing where it's baseball's cool because, well, I mean, maybe not so much anymore to where it's, Dodgers, Yankees, whoever is going to Astros, whoever's going to whatever, where it's like in the NFL, it's like somebody comes in and rushes for 200 yards on opening day on a shitty team, and they're still going to suck. But it's like somebody comes out and does something in baseball, and it's like, well, there's a little sense of optimism where it could be a great season for insert the team.
Yeah, possibly, yeah. So Jake kind of takes the first one that kind of is popping off my charts. Kershaw's opening day performance in 2013, where it just lights out, had that 12-6 just dialed in, man. Nobody can touch him. Yeah. There's some more that'll probably, I don't know if that's going to be number 1 right now. But that's up there. I'll probably have it at like 3, honestly. He did hit a home run. I forgot about that. I want to say Bumgarner too. Bumgarner had one hell of a damn. I can't remember Bumgarner's opening day. I thought Bumgarner had almost a 1-hitter or a no-no, but I could, and he was raking too, but I could be wrong. I'll have to go back. The late aughts, like 2010 to 2017, had some really good baseball, man. Really good baseball. Adley went 5 for 5 against the Sox 2 years ago. All right, yeah, we'll Ohtani. Ohtani got to be in the discussion. Yeah, we'll be having plenty of discussion with the boys.
Yeah,
you're all top 5
baseball because
baseball performances as well.
Yeah, and definitely with baseball. I mean, because I think there's more to choose from, and it's going to be more
like, and that's kind of what this stems from, right? Like, I put this in during opening day of or the first week of MLB. So
when I first saw that on there, what I thought you were thinking, and that's where I kind of pondered this a little bit. I thought you meant like opening day they have somebody that comes and sings the anthem.
No, that would be national anthem.
Yeah.
Singers. Rodney.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, no.
Opening day performances, man.
And that's why I thought maybe like they bring Beyonce to Houston, or bring some Beyonce, the country singer, bring her out and have her sing a country song at the Dike. Maybe I thought that's what you meant.
No,
like I like this much better. Well done, my man. Well done.
Thank you.
Speaking of well done.
Hey, Jordan, what's up, buddy? How are you? Jordan, I'm going to pop off here. I've had one hell of a morning. And Rodney can fill you in, but I'm just uncomfortable and I got to go again. So I got bubble guts, buddy. So I'll let you talk to Rodney.
Shit happens. What do you eat for dinner last night?
It's been happening, dude. It has been happening.
What do you eat for dinner last night?
It wasn't what I ate. It was something right around the matter. Coincidentally, it was right around when Trey Johnson was getting picked by the Wizards. I was just like, oh, the shit's just gonna flow now. Here we go. But now that's kind of what happened. That's kind of what stemmed it. But anyways, I'll see you guys, boys.
See you later, buddy.
We'll see you. Yeah, I'm prepping myself for. Yeah, right. It's the first time I haven't worn a hat since my haircut.
That man, I'm like,
I almost never shower before I hop on here, but I'm leaving right after this to go to College Station. Shout out to
that's right.
Colin Kennedy for giving me a ride down to State 7 on, or else I wouldn't have a ride. Because thanks to Covert Bee Cave and the Hiley Buick GMC dealership, my car has had to go to the dealership 3 times in the last 2 months.
Oh, man.
Yeah, so not fun at all. But luckily, Colin's saving the day. and should be a fun / miserable weekend in College Station. It's like the hottest weekend every year. It feels like it's super humid. There's never a cloud in the sky. There's never shade. Like half the complex is on turf, which is hotter than dog balls because the heat just comes back up.
Yeah.
So not probably the least favorite event of the year, I'd say, that we have to go to. But luckily this year it's loaded. Should be pretty good for Texas talent. Usually there's only about like 3 or 4 kids we can actually interview because usually there's only about 3 or 4 kids Texas is actually recruiting. This year it's probably around like 10, 11, 12, something like that. But yeah, it should be a fun weekend. Just prepping myself and dealing with a little bit of what Wags was dealing with. I went to Pluckers last night to watch some of the NBA draft, and I think had too many boozeberries. I only had 2 of them, but not feeling great today.
A little bit goes a long way. As Turbo is now with us, I do want to ask you though, because as long as I've done play-by-play, high school sports and so forth with football, I mean, I don't want to date myself. The importance of 7-on-7. The state 7-on-7 tournament to me is one of the things that so much is placed on this, and you see a lot of schools that maybe struggle in 11-man football, but they're really, really damn good at 7-on-7.
They're going hard in 7-on. Yeah.
Isn't that the weird thing to where it's like you look at some of the 7-on teams and I'm like, shit, but they only win 2 games once the regular season starts. That's weird to me, man.
No, you don't need the trenches in 7-on-7. You don't need offensive and defensive linemen, and that's good for a lot of these, smaller schools.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is funny though. Like, I mean, I guess it does mean something, but it really does not.
It doesn't. Shit.
The whole thing is hilarious because, like, there's kids playing in this tournament for teams that are going to be ineligible in the fall or that have already been ruled ineligible in the fall or, like, suspended because they transferred. But none of that applies to this because this isn't through the UIL. So, they're playing, which is kind of funny. But it's also hilarious because, like, seeing which programs take this serious and which don't. For those who don't know, since it's not through the UIL, like no one on the actual high school staff or at the school can coach the team. So most of the time it's dads or former players, right? Or like some guy that hangs out around the team and the program and is at all the games, but isn't like on paper affiliated with the program he'll be coaching. And the teams, the high schools that really want to win, their coaches will pull up and they'll be in a tent at the back of the end zone watching.
I've seen it, man.
And most of them do that. The tent, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
The ones though that to be playing the game, I know of several. I could incriminate half the state 7-on-7 tournament. They'll have the coach has an Apple Watch on, and head coach or offensive coordinator DC for the actual teams in the tent at the back of the end zone texting them what to call, and he's going, "All right, we're running this."
Yeah.
Seen it happen every single year.
Yeah.
Pretty funny. But
and I'll leave you with this. I mean, a great coaching friend of mine, you probably know who. It's like really, really good at 7-on-7. And I'm like, dude, you've only won 2 games the last 2 years or whatever. What's the deal with 7-on-7? We're really smart and we're really fast. We don't have to hit anybody. So there you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, boys. Y'all have a good show. Chaos Theory back tomorrow, 9 to 10 for a Freaky Friday. Enjoy it, boys.
You have a good one.
Well, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. I'm Jordan Scruggs. That's Will Turboff. Going to be doing some more state 7-on-7 talk here in a bit, but want to start out the NBA draft. Last night, your Houston Rockets, I didn't really pay. I was at Pluckers. Yes. The draft is on the TV. I wasn't paying much attention past like pick 5. So they did end up picking. Did they trade back in or?
They didn't trade back in. So the pick, Kaman Malawak to, 10 to the Rockets is actually 10 to the Suns because of the Kevin Durant trade. The NBA has the worst problem of how their league calendar works. Because for some reason the draft happens before the league year starts. So last night there's all these trades. Shams is reporting all the trades. He's on ESPN. And then, when they show which team is up next, there's a little box that says proposed trade too, and then they still wear the hat of the team who originally had the pick. So it just is so confusing. But Kaman Malawak is headed to Phoenix. Derek Queen is headed to New Orleans. This was the weirdest, stupidest move I've seen. I like Derek Queen a lot. New Orleans traded the most favorable. So they traded, I believe, whatever their next pick was, 23, and then the most favorable of the 2 first-round picks between themselves and Milwaukee next year, unprotected. I don't know if you know this, Jordan, but the New Orleans Pelicans don't win very many games.
No. I do know. I don't know much about the NBA, but I do know that.
So when they, when they don't win a ton of games next year, because all they have now is Jordan Poole and Zion, and they have some good wings, Trey Murphy, Herb Jones, and they have Vez Misi from Baylor, and now Derek Queen. They have a little team, but the West is just stacked this year. When they suck again, and that pick will be, a good lottery pick, that means the New Orleans Pelicans will have traded a first-round pick and very likely a top 10 pick for the number 13 pick for a guy that, they could have gotten at their first spot, and they took the point guard from Oklahoma. Like, it's just ridiculous strategy. And then you see, Brooklyn take 5 picks. One of them isn't on here, but, they had 8. What a reach. Igor Demon at 8 from BYU. And then, Ben Saroff and Danny Wolf. Ben Saroff out of Israel. Interesting prospect. Not so sure he's going to make it. But the most fun one of the night, 16, completely out of nowhere. Walter Clayton Jr. still on the board. Kasparas Yarkonius from Illinois is still on the board. Jace Richardson, Lee McNeely fell all the way. And at 16, this pick actually is going to Portland. A guy named Yang Hansen out of China. He was projected to be a mid-second rounder. And apparently Portland and a couple other teams really liked him in the teens. So they announced Yang Hansen, and Yang Hansen comes out from the crowd.
Yeah, I was going to ask, why was he in the stands?
It's happened before. It actually happened, I believe, with the last pick of the first round, Yannick Conan Niederhauser, too. But Yang Hansen, see, this has happened before, where it's usually in the second round, but this year, they're doing it different, where the first round and second round are on different days. I think some of these guys have had promises from teams. If you're there when we pick, we will be taking you, even though you're projected second rounder. And I would imagine that Yang Hansen got advice like that. It's also, Yang Hansen's a Chinese player. He played in China. So why go all the way back to China after the combine, and then have to come right back if you get, I think, mid-second rounder. I think there were some people thinking if he got drafted, but gets drafted 16th overall. And then the Suns are the other losers of the night. Yeah, Longhornberg hit it on the mark. Pelicans and Phoenix don't know what they're doing. So the Suns take Kaman Malawak. God, that's gonna be a tough one to say. And then right after, it's announced that they traded for Mark Williams. And Jordan, you might know Mark Williams from draft deadline infamy over last year, where the Lakers traded Dalton Knecht and a couple other assets for the center out of Charlotte. They make the trade. Mark Williams comes over for a workout, and he doesn't pass the physical. And then they vetoed the trade like 4 days after it happened. So the Suns trade for him. They trade their only tradable first-round picks. They have no first-rounders to trade anymore. They have an awful depreciating asset in Bradley Beal. And now they don't have Kevin Durant. And all they're left with is Jalen Green. So we've got nothing against Phoenix. But, man, what a turnaround. They made the finals 4 years ago. And they were thought of as, the most, the best run team in the league. By a lot of people. Justin Jones, who was a LeBron teammate years and years ago, was leading it up there. They've blown everything up. Nothing's working. and they only have doom and gloom, and now they don't have a first round pick 2 years from now. So just some odd decisions last night.
They won't trade D-Book.
I think they will. I think Devin Booker ends up being a Rocket. I think the plan has been in place for the Rockets to trade for a second star alongside KD. I don't know if it's before the season starts, but I do think that when Devin Booker, actually, he wasn't, apparently the Suns were not going to give him up this summer, and I still don't believe that. I still think it could happen, that the return will not be what they want it to be, just as it was for KD. They have no leverage at this point. And somehow, they will have traded their 2 best players, and I think only get, 2 first-round picks, maybe 3. So they're bad. I love what Utah did last night. That's the last thing I got. I love what Utah did. They just took Ace Bailey. They said, we know Ace Bailey doesn't want to play for us. We're going to take him anyways and see what happens. It's not a move that Utah would generally make, but Danny Ainge, Boston Celtics fame, running things over there now. It's a good move. And Ace Bailey, you could tell.
It's a good move, drafting a player that doesn't want to play for you.
I really like the move because you know what? If he doesn't want to play, there are still a lot of other teams that want him. Ace Bailey wanted to play. He said 3 through 9, but really I think past the teams that drafted 9th. He liked Brooklyn. He liked Washington. And he's going to like some of the contenders. I think Boston is definitely a team to look out for here. Jalen, Ace Bailey and some more capital and probably another player like Walker Kessler for Jaylen Brown makes a whole lot of sense.
Since Boston you think he's getting traded?
I think there's a good chance if he really doesn't want to play in Utah, they're not going to make him. They're not going to hold him hostage. He's a great asset. He's a great trade piece. And if you, find a way to get Jaylen Brown for him, I think it's a huge win. Even, no matter what kind of assets you're getting, you're a team like Utah, you just need a star to come through there at some point.
Does Bailey have one of the top agents repping him?
I have no idea who's repping him. I believe it's like a local thing. I don't think he's signed to a huge agency.
That ain't good.
It's it's a true storyline out of Ballers, where it's like the guy's cousin or something like that. But man, for as much flack as Shedeur got, why is Ace Bailey not getting it? And I think the main argument is Ace Bailey's a good prospect, but I think
Bailey is Sharif Cooper's dad.
His agent is, yes. His agent is Sharif Cooper's dad. That's what it is.
Gotcha. And Sharif Cooper is
Sharif Cooper was a big time prospect about 5 years ago.
Okay. The name was
I believe went one and done at, I want to say Auburn, and then declared from the draft, should not have done it. And then he was picked in the second round, never ended up doing anything, got drafted by Atlanta. He's out of the league. He's playing in Italy now. So
I saw Sharif and immediately thought of Shaq's son. I'm like, wait, Ace Bailey's agent is Shaq? But no, I'm stupid. All right, question. How over is Trey Johnson's NBA career since he's been sentenced to playing for the Washington Wizards?
Not at all. The Washington Wizards are still, I don't know, after last night, I think it's really close between the Wizards and the Pelicans on who is truly the laughingstock of the league. And Charlotte will always be up there. But the Wizards have a lot of veterans right now. They just traded for CJ McCollum and Kelly Olynyk. They have Chris Middleton. They have Marcus Smart. They've got some old guys on that team.
It's like the land of misfit toys over there.
It
is. they still got Marcin Gortat and Nene.
They don't. Those guys are gone for about a dozen years now.
Hate to hear it.
I think, if you keep a guy like McCollum or, really McCollum, maybe Chris Middleton, that's a good mentor for Trey Johnson. I think he'll be starting there by the end of the year. I don't think he will to start. They've got a couple of good other guards, Bub Carrington out of there. As I mentioned, Smart, who's been a starter for his whole career, and he's gone on, I would assume, almost 15 years in the league now. Trey Johnson, I think, has the second best odds to win Rookie of the Year, if not I think it's third. Last night it was changing a lot. I saw some with him as the second best odds. Dylan Harper, may not have a huge role in San Antonio. Same thing with VJ Edgecombe and Philly with all the guards that they have. So it's a good spot. It's a great landing spot for Trey Johnson. I think I would prefer him go there than New Orleans, than Utah, than Charlotte. I think that was the good way. It was either there or Brooklyn that I really liked for him.
Yeah. I sent this tweet to you. I think it's kind of crazy. Cooper Flagg is the first white American number one NBA draft pick since Kent Benson in 1977.
I knew that stat all year. And I also have been trying to figure out when was the last time that two American-born white players were drafted in the top 4. And the top 5, I would like to know, but 2 were drafted in the top 4 with Flagg and Konkaneppel. Konkaneppel is white. I mean, a white guy from Maine and a white guy from Wisconsin got drafted. Like, this is something's going on here, Like, if a white guy from Texas got drafted in the top 5, I think we'd really the switch would be changed here. But
all the Bama boosters are like, Nate Oates, where are you recruiting these guys from? What are we doing? Okay. Another part of this tweet. No idea whether Flagg will ever make the Naismith Hall of Fame. The last white American male NBA Hall of Famers inducted as players were in 2019 with Carl Braun, who last played in 1962, Bobby Jones, who last played in 86, Jack Sikma, who last played in 91, Paul Westphal, who last played in 1984. John Stockton is the most recent white American Hall of Fame player in terms of when his career ended in 2003. The most recent in terms of playing in college was Chris Mullin in 1985. Kevin Love seems most likely to end that streak when he retires, but I don't think he's a Hall of Fame slam dunk. I was just kind of fascinated by that it's been that long, but hey, it makes sense. So there's that. Anything else you want to talk about from NBA draft, NBA offseason, any of that?
Not really. Next week's going to be real exciting as we get to the 30th. So,
okay, want to ask you about this because I didn't watch Rutgers at all, but they obviously, didn't come close to winning a title in March Madness, or at least I can't remember if they did. I don't think they did. How did they have 2 top 5 picks and they apparently were under 500?
Both those guys were freshmen and they were great and 2 of the best freshmen in the country. They didn't have a team to surround them with. Rutgers is run. It's never been a score first team. And then you got 2 guys who are very, very good scorers, both, from the perimeter too. So it was just never a good match. There's a reason that a pair of 5 stars don't go to Rutgers in a usual year. It does help that Ron Harper went there and Ron Harper Jr. went there. And that's why Ace, or Dylan ended up there. And then Ace was a long time SMU commit, or not SMU, St. John's. So, both those guys were going to end up at weird schools. They ended up at the same one. And I mean, Rutgers was not a good team. It just shows that in basketball and football and baseball, you pick up good, huge names out of the portal or huge names out of, the high school ranks. Unless you have a complete team, it doesn't matter. But I think it still ends up good for Rutgers. They didn't have a great year, but they still, show that they can hold your potential. I'm not saying raise it, but they can hold it. If you were, the number 2, number 3 prospect in high school, you can still end up being a top 5 pick in the NBA, even after going to a school like Rutgers.
Yeah. Man, basketball, the scouting side of it fascinates me. I feel like it's a lot harder to pin down and figure out than football. Because, for football, I mean, you can go position by position, and I can tell you what the top 3 most important things are for scouting and projecting those. IOL, it's the shuttle time, the arm length, cornerback. Also, mostly shuttle. There's different things like that different testing measurables that can help you pin it down. And, I mean, it's pretty easy, I'd say, to watch film and figure out who the best players are, at least at the high school level. And I'm sure that's the case in basketball to some degree as well. But, I don't get how scouting works for like the 24/7 people who rank these basketball players, because for football it's NBA draft or it's NFL draft projection. There's about 260 picks each year. We rank the top, 247 players. First 32 picks of the first round, they're 5 stars. And then there's grades that are assigned and also like positional values factored in. In the NFL, the number one pick is almost always quarterback, offensive tackle, or edge rusher. Very rarely is it not one of those 3 positions. So that's why the number one prospect is almost always those 3 positions, unless, they're a unicorn and a freakazoid like a Jeremiah Smith, who very obviously deserved the number one overall prospect in the country label. But like, what is the code? What is the formula for basketball and scouting and projecting that? That's what I've always been curious of with our basketball guys. I just never run into them because I don't cover basketball.
Yeah, in basketball, I believe on our side on 24/7 that we rank about 14 or 15 players as 5 stars every year, because that is a lottery projection. It's not a set number, I believe. I think it goes between like 12 and 16. Just based on how many, lottery projected picks there are, because some of these guys will stay a year and some of the 5 stars will stay more than 1 year. There's bound to be one of those guys that doesn't have plans on going to the draft after 1. So I couldn't tell you, what truly goes into these, scouting reports and how they go through the rankings. But yeah, I mean, definitely hard. And they've really hit the mark on some of these classes. Like 2021, they picked, Cade Cunningham 1, Jalen Green 2, Mobley 3, Kuminga 4. They picked the top 3 guys in order, and then Kuminga went 5. So like there have been some hits to a level that you just don't see in scouting.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm sure it's also like, since 90% of the top level guys, they're only doing one and done. That's easier to project in a 1-year window than a minimum of 3 for football. But I don't know. It's just like I remember being like in middle school and watching Greg Brown play Lake Travis when he was at Vandergrift. It being like, there's no way in hell there are only 2 players in the country better than this dude, because he was like the number 3 prospect. I was like, there's no way. He's ranked way too high. He has no shot, no consistent jump shot, and he just dunks on people, which you won't be able to do in college or the NBA. And he's played the large majority of his career in the D League after, leaving Texas after 1 year to be a second-round pick. I know that's probably the most obvious example that everyone thinks of, or at least that, people who or follow Texas basketball think of. But the whole scouting side of basketball will always be fascinating to me for that reason. But hey, few questions or comments we got here. Longhorn Bear, hey, I would appreciate it. Got me some coffee right here. What else we got? Yeah, I'm good on the cocoa and College Station. They already got enough of that down there. We won't be doing any of that this weekend. Patrick said, "Hey Jordan, I have a question. Have you been able to see Des Bryant Jr. in person yet?" I have not. If I have, I don't remember it and didn't realize it was his son. So I'm going to go with no, I haven't seen him. For those who don't know, Des Bryant Jr. is a 2028 receiver, or maybe 29, one of the two, at Colleyville Heritage, which is, in the DFW area. Fun fact, actually the same exact high school that Max Crosby went to. Very few people remember or know that, because he was kind of a nobody in high school. Like, he had to go to Eastern Michigan for a reason and was a late riser. But no, I haven't seen him. I'm almost positive Colleyville Heritage is playing in the tournament this weekend, though. And I mean, if his dad is Des Bryant, the expectation is that he's playing with the varsity team, the varsity 7-on-7 team, going into his sophomore year. So we should see him then. One thing I did see, though, Will, I don't know if you saw this, but Des Bryant basically set this aggregate clickbait channel correct, pretty much. Let me find this. God, Des Bryant tweets too much. Did he delete this? He might have deleted this, but it was basically, okay, here it is. I found it. This account called the QB Plug. I hate these accounts. These people have iPhones. They go in video, kids playing 7-on-7, and call themselves videographers. That's not what you are. And the stuff they say is ridiculous. Like he says the kid has stronger hands than the dad. I'm not, his hand, look. Des says there's some false information in this video, and I mean this in no disrespect. I love the coverage, but let's speak facts. I understand we live in a social world, but my son has a long way to go. We don't need this hype train around my son because that's not the goal. I care for him and want him to be judged on his honest work, and he has a long way to get where he wants to be. Let's not water down the art for a click, which I absolutely love that. Because I cannot stand these accounts. Like, these are the people who fill up all the credentials at high school games, and they tell us no. It's like, what are we doing? But anyways, hopefully we see him this weekend. Should be a guy to definitely track going forward. Maybe, who knows? Maybe the Oak State Cowboys keep the
I was, Gundy will still have to be there for that to even be a possibility.
That is true.
And that's probably the biggest hump to get over the next couple of years, but it'd be pretty cool.
Yeah. Hey, Will, wasn't the reason the Bullets changed to the Wizards just because of like gun violence in the U.S.?
I think so, yeah.
DC.
They made the change about 20 years ago, but I think that's why.
This probably isn't a good idea. Man, hey, the story would have wrote itself if Gilbert Arenas brought the gun in when they were the Bullets still.
The 1997, because the team's owner, Abe Poland, felt the name Bullets had become too associated with gun violence and no longer reflected the image he wanted for the franchise. I don't know what Bullets would have represented from the start, though. Like, it was always going to represent guns. They're the Bullets.
Give St. Louis an NBA team the St. Louis Switches.
You could change a good amount.
Yeah. Rodney Smith said Trey Johnson always looked a little off to me, and wearing that short suit helped pinpoint it. He looks like he drives a Subaru and hates Caitlin Clark. Rodney Smith basically just called Trey Johnson a lesbian, which, hey, I don't know if I'd call him that, but yeah, the fit was horrendous. I hate the trend of like the shorts with the suit.
Short suit is the worst.
Not a great look. Like, he'd be better pulling off a 2003 look in the LeBron draft where they all looked like they're wearing bed sheets because it was so baggy. But I don't know. I'm hoping he figures it out in Washington. But hey, State 7-on-7 this week. A lot of fun times over the years, fun memories. Seen a lot of players kind of, I guess, establish themselves as difference makers or top players in the state at this tournament if they haven't already. Others have showed up and solidified that. The top performance I've seen is probably Garrett Wilson. He won Lake Travis's tournament basically by himself one year. It was just Hudson Card throwing up balls to him, and he was jumping over everyone else in the end zone and catching it. And that's what he does in the NFL. Imagine what it looked like versus high schoolers. Some other great performances. Jalen Lott was really good at this tournament last year. Panther Creek is a 4A program, so they're playing, I believe, in the Division II bracket or pool or whatnot, whatever you want to call it. And he goes both ways. He's the best 7-on-7 player I probably saw this spring, not named Jermaine Bishop. Jermaine Bishop is supposed to be there. Willis is in the tournament, but OT7, like the national championship, whatever the hell they're calling it, it's in Florida, also taking place this same weekend, and Jermaine Bishop's also on that roster. So we'll see where he shows up. We'd love to see him in College Station. Some other performances, Micah Hudson for Lake Belton in what was summer of 2023. Yeah, summer of 2023. He got Lake Belton, I think, to like the second or third round of the bracket. And basically the other team just figured out if they triple team him, they can't, like, they don't have any other difference makers to get up the field. So that kind of ended that one. But a lot of good memories over the years.
Chris Stewart 2 years ago was an unknown until I stepped on the field for Shadow Creek and saw our good friend Ja'Cory Watson at quarterback at the time throwing some dimes to this kid that I had never seen. We knew Ashton Jones, who at the time had, I think a handful of Group of 5 offers, and he was kind of the next up at wide receiver for Shadow Creek. And then the kid on the other side was not too bad. He had about 5 followers on his Twitter and had never heard from a college coach in his life. And then, within a month or two becomes, a Texas level talent. It's the first offer they ever he ever gets, and we know what happened from there.
Yeah, someone brought up the Jonte Cook one.
Yeah.
That one was good. I felt very bad. They were playing College Station, and College Station had this corner named AJ Tisdale, who signed with Wisconsin, redshirted. I don't think played a snap there, and then he transferred to UIW where he played last year. He's still there. I think he starts for UIW. But yeah, Jonte had him in a torture chamber. It was like Jonte till this day has one of the highest floors of any like high school receiver. Honestly, probably any high school prospect I've seen. He definitely did get in his own way to some degree during his time at Texas. And I mean, I think a lot of people who saw him in high school, they expected to see him on the field more. I obviously know they were loaded in front of him at receiver, but I don't know. You thought he would have been in there more, but man, he had Tisdale in a torture chamber. For whatever reason, College Station was making the Tisdale kid follow him around, and the entire time Jonte was just unrelentless talking shit. And it was a close competitive game, so like, it was pretty fun to watch. And I remember the DeSoto staff and Mathis all that talking a mess to all those College Station kids. But yeah, that would have been the same weekend that Arch Manning committed that same year.
It would have. It was the day after because Arch committed on a Friday, right?
Yeah, and then Jonte, I'm pretty sure as soon as as the state tournament ended, he drove to College State or drove to Austin for his UTOV.
That sounds right. Yeah.
Commitment video on OV. Him and Trey Wisner with Jake Fisher. Shout out Jake Fisher. Been a long time since I've watched any of his videos, but good dude, does a great job. Yeah, who of the Texas targets headed to College Station you most excited to see this week?
How about a guy named Kavian Bryant, Westwood quarterback, 2027, headed out there. This is probably the most important name for us to see. Maybe not the biggest name, but the most important was for us to really get a good look at this weekend. Playing for Palestine Westwood.
Are you sure it's Palestine Westwood?
I believe so. I guess we're gonna have to double check that.
What division are they in?
We're gonna have to go back because I'm not exactly sure. But keep going on.
Round Rock Westwood, who does have Brad Smith's son, the former Mizzou quarterback. That's Round Rock Westwood's quarterback. His name is Alex Smith.
How about for now, Lathan Wissington at a Waco Midway and Cooper Witten at a Liberty Christian, because those are both 2027 names that, Cooper Witten does have the Texas offer now, was supposed to come up in camp on June 1st, ended up going somewhere else. I don't believe Texas was able to see him this month. But obviously there's going to be some mutual interest there. Jason is going to be very open. We've heard that Tennessee is far from a lock in this, although they were, quick to offer. Best linebacker in the state, kind of by far in 2027, and I think could raise even higher than where we have him. And I think he could end up being the top linebacker in the country by this time next year.
Yeah, I mean he tests like it. He needs to put more of it on film, but I mean, hey, the arrow's definitely pointing up with him. I'm very curious to hear what he's going to say about Texas, because I do know in the spring there definitely was some like AJ Milwee went out to Liberty Christian in the spring. I don't know why they sent out AJ Milwee. Like Quinn Murphy has never been a Texas level guy. That's not why he was out there. He was there to see Witten. And I mean, like, what are the Wittens supposed to do when at that time Milwee is their main point of contact, who I'm told that they like and really, enjoy their relationship with him. But, like, at the same time, Kirby Smart's FaceTiming them once a week. Heupel's FaceTiming them once a week. Ryan Day's calling them, all these other people. And, like, Milwee's shooting a text to Pops, like, once a month. Like, what is that strategy? And I get it from Texas. They take their time and they ramp up the contact as it gets closer to decision time. And for a lot of kids, that works. That's fine. But for some of these guys, it does not. And those relationships are really important, and it even impacts, the NIL negotiations. So with Witten, they ended up offering him like in sometime in June, I believe, maybe late May. And we haven't heard from him since then. So, curious what that feedback is. Maybe Nanson's turned up the heat a lot since the contact date changed or whatnot. But very curious to hear where that one stands. Myson Johnson-Cook.
Yep.
That's a kid I'm very intrigued by. Like 6'2", 230 pounds, has run like 10.3 or 10.4. Had offers since he was an 8th grader in the state of Illinois. Played in 8th grade in Illinois, played his freshman year in Illinois, and then in Christmas break of his freshman year, that would have been 2023, he moved down to the Houston area and enrolled at Katy. He was attending Katy High. And he actually, at that time, he was, a two-way player in Illinois, but, projected more to linebacker. In fact, the first time I ever saw him was at a linebacker training session with Donnie Baggs. That was the first time I saw him in person when he was living in the Houston area. And that would have been like January or February of 2024. It was right after he moved down to Texas. And later that spring, he ended up moving to Dallas with his family and is now at DeSoto. So in about a year of living in the state of Texas, he's been enrolled at both Katy and DeSoto and has attended both those schools and gone through practice with both those schools. It's something interesting. But now he's at DeSoto. Since he got there, he's been pretty much a full-time running back. When Texas offered him, and I talked to him a few months ago, he told me he'd be going both ways at running back and linebacker for DeSoto as a junior. But, he also told me that going into his sophomore year, and he only ever played running back. The thing with him, he's like our number 10 prospect in the country. I know at least top 10 or top 15. And we have him listed as an athlete. He wants to be recruited at running back. That's what all these schools are recruiting him at. But with him, I still think the ceiling is higher at linebacker. He's very much a straight line speed guy. Yes, you love the size. You love the speed and verified metrics on him. But, a lot of it is long speed. And, you want more wiggle out of him, and that's fine. You don't need that at the linebacker position, which I think he'd be great at. He could be the top. I fully believe, we like Witten a lot, but I fully believe Johnson-Cook would be the top linebacker prospect in the state, if not the country, if he came out and switched his mind. So, in Manchester Red, we are talking about state 7-on-7 taking place this weekend in College Station.
And JW Crunch has Oklahoma offered Witten. Yes, they offered him. They were the first ones, and they are thought of as kind of the most active team in this recruitment. So I think he went back up there. He went up to Norman at some point this summer. I don't know if it was for camp, but I'm pretty sure he was up there. So that's a possibility. If Oklahoma really does turn things around and they get on the level of recruiting against Texas and not recruiting against Rutgers, then, it's possible.
Yeah. Subtle jabs there. Real quick, funny story. We're at the Texas Elite Camp last summer. It's Hank and I and the rest of the media market in the parking lot. And after the camp, we're waiting in the parking lot where the kids and parents park. They get dropped off by these shuttle buses from the Gregory Rec Center pool gym or whatever. And they get bussed up there, they get off, and basically we have to see these kids getting off the bus and figure out which ones are the most important ones that we have to talk to and UID them, figure out who they are. So Cooper Witten, he also has another brother who I think is older and is going to be a freshman in college. Not sure where he ended up. Not the same level of prospect as Cooper, though. And then one other kid from Argyle Liberty Christian. So 3 total. Hop out this bus. And at the time, Cooper Witten was not the size or athlete he is now. He looked a lot different. Honestly, it just looked like 3 regular white kids, and they were wearing Liberty Christian stuff. So the entire Texas market turns to these kids, looks at them, and they're looking at us, and we're like, yeah, we don't need to interview those guys. There's no way they offered them. And then the next day, I see someone from the OU market post a photo of him working out at the camp, and it's meet Cooper Witten, Jason Witten's son. He's a 2027 linebacker / safety that OU offered today. The Sooners are his first offer. And I call Hank. I'm like, dude, the kid we saw yesterday was Cooper Witten. I totally forgot his dad's the head coach and all that. So I thought that was funny, but that's how his first offer went down. Texas actually camped him the day before and didn't offer him, and then OU did, and Texas waited until either May or June of this year. So that's how it went down. But Hey, Aiden Starling, some Shadow Creek guys.
Yep.
Chris Stewart, he's also on the roster for an OT7 team, so let's see if he shows up. But if not, Aiden Starling, a Houston receiver commit that Texas offered at the elite camp in June or earlier this month, and then a corner in Brandon Sherrard, 2027, who Texas offered, the same camp, June 1st, earlier this month. Like those guys a lot. Miami Riley, his Austin Anderson Trojans are in the tournaments, but he will not be playing. He did tell me he's in Florida at OT7. So there's that. Some other names. Greedy James. His real name is Carnell James. He's a 3-star corner at Manville, kid that's been on the recruiting radar a lot. And then Talon Mayo. He's also, I saw, on an OT7 roster, so we'll see if he shows up. But super tall, lengthy corner, like about 6'4", probably 175, 180, out of Louisville. Was originally at Berkner, Richardson Berkner. Went there for like 3 days as a freshman. Transferred to McKinney, played for Shavers and the old McKinney staff. And then after they, I guess, left, that was a whole debacle. He transferred to Louisville, where he's been since, and heard some buzz about IMG, but sounds like he's going to stay at Louisville. Trey Moore, a receiver out of Weiss that I love, that I've been a big fan of for a long time. Dad was starting quarterback at OU. Mom played volleyball at Alabama. His uncle played at Texas Southern as a receiver and then in the NFL for 4 years. And then he's got one brother that was a shooting guard at Oral Roberts in Tulsa. And then I forgot where he transferred. I think it might have been Tulane. And then his other brother is a pretty productive Division II running back at Oklahoma Baptist. We lost Will. So love Trey Moore. Love the bloodlines. Kid works really hard, about 6'3", 6'4", 200 pounds, and kind of this like jumbo outside receiver in the 27 class, the local kid at Pflugerville Weiss. Some other kids, 27 receivers with offers, Julian Caldwell out of Argyle and Jeremiah Douglas out of Crandall. And then Peyton Miller, he'll be there for Anna. Yeah. He's an IOL. He'll be snapping the ball. They always bring him to all their SQTs and tournaments to snap. Hearing a lot of A&M buzz for him. Still working to confirm this, but I've been told there are several people that are Aggies in his family. So, hey, who knows? Connor Stroh, both his parents went to A&M. They met at A&M. Same with Cole Hudson. And where did those guys end up playing? In Austin. Same thing with Trey Owens, too. His parents met at A&M, A&M alums, but he'll be the Texas quarterback. So, I don't know, something to watch there. See, we have some questions. Let's see. I don't know whose dad y'all are talking about with the goofy haircut. State favorites for 7-on-7 this weekend.
I really couldn't tell you. This is the one thing where I go in pretty blind.
I'm pretty sure DeSoto has gone back to back. So they three-peat. Hard to not roll with them off that, so go off that. And then I'll be honest, if I set any team for D2 or D3, I'd be talking out my ass. I usually don't watch any of the D2 or D3 kids because, I don't know, they are very rarely will have Texas kids or kids on my radar. But I'll go with Panther Creek to win D2. Jalen Lott, shout out to him, Donovan Webb, Parker Ord, BYU tight end commit. They got a fun little group over there. Antoine said, did you ever talk about Josh Austin from Weiss and James Scott committing? I didn't even see Josh. Didn't even see he committed to anywhere. Is he where is this? Southern Miss. Interesting. That's very interesting. I did not see that at all. Shout out to Josh, though. I posted him as like a freshman or sophomore. The coach was talking to me about J.J. Mays, said this is our guy. You got to look at him. J.J. Mays is now a Tech center commit. And I'm like, what about this kid? He's like 6'5", looks like he's like 280. Like, tell me about him. He's like, yeah, he'll be D1, but JJ's further ahead right now. He's a longer curve. Probably has a higher ceiling, though. And I was like, all right. Posted him, and then in the time since, he ended up as a tackle on offense and defense. So, very, very interesting one there. And then James Scott, that was a kid who me and Bronny, who a lot of Texas fans hate, Ryan Broninger, not sure what it is, but the Texags recruiting reporter also does baseball. He's a very nice guy. and does a good job for them. Me and him were at an Oak Ridge practice, a Conroe Oak Ridge practice in what would have been spring of 2023. And we were there to see Justin Williams, Joseph Jonah-Jonier, and James Scott was there. He was a freshman. He didn't play any varsity as a freshman, but he was going to start as a sophomore. And their coaches are telling us about how they have this young kid and that he'll come out in a sec, and then he does. And it's like, holy crap, this kid is like 6'4" and 200 pounds already. And then, I don't know, it kind of slowed down. Like, he picked up a bunch of offers this spring, but he's a tweener. He's a receiving threat tight end that doesn't really have like a blocking skill set or physical skill set as a tight end. But also as a receiver, he's probably a little bit too slow to really stick a receiver. But the thing is, he wants to play receiver. He's set on that. I'm told a lot of his offers came in for tight end, and the recruitment got whittled down to the schools that would let him play receiver. TCU's one of them. That's where he's going. So also heard some very weird and interesting things about what someone in his camp was asking for, but I don't know. We'll see. Not a bad get for TCU. Cameron Govan said, Jordan, curious what you know about Christian Henderson. I assume you mean Keyshawn. He's committed to Houston. Yeah, super awesome player. I wrote it, I think, like February or March of last year, that the state's best receiver / safety prospect thinks he's a quarterback. That's what I wrote. Was a little mean, to be honest. I don't know. I just thought eventually, like, the schools and the money that was being thrown at him, it would be more at receiver and safety than what it would be at quarterback, because at that time he was not nearly as projectable as an NFL quarterback or 5-star quarterback that he is now. A lot of his ranking early on was because it was athlete at safety or receiver. But he proved pretty much everyone wrong. Had a great offseason circuit after that. Was super high on him, had a great junior year, and then showed up to Navy All-American Bowl and was, one of the best players there as an underclassman. And honestly, truthfully, him and Bo Bentley were the only quarterbacks. If you watch the All-American game, they're the only ones that could actually get their offenses down the field. And each team had 3 QBs on it. Those were the only 2 that could do it. So I like him a lot. I expect him to stick with Houston. Unless Texas loses Diabell or A&M fires Colin Klein before signing day, he's going to go to Houston. I fully believe that. And even if those 2 things happen, he still is probably going to go to Houston. He's had plenty of opportunities to flip. And also, with Fertitta, Revshire, and other things, like, they can and will match every offer that gets thrown his way. They've already done it several times to keep him committed. They'll continue doing that. So I personally love it. Will, if you're a Houston native, I don't know how you actually feel about the Cougars, but I always love when kids stay home, especially in situations like this. I just think it's cool because it'll help them recruit other kids in the 713 area. And, like, if Keyshawn pans out, like, he can be the number 1 pick in the draft. He can take Houston to a college football playoff. Like, he's that special. So
biggest U of H recruit since Ed Oliver. It's for Tito, by the way, Teat, who's helping boost everything there. Multi-billionaire owner of the Rockets and the U.S. ambassador to Italy. He's been a big part of this, and really the entire school management there, not just the athletics program, have helped them go all in on this. So, a dynamic get and someone that could do, even if the first thing doesn't work out there, could become about 3 different types of players and be a first-round pick.
Yeah. No, like, I fully believe Keyshawn Henderson came out today and said, you know what, screw this quarterback stuff. I'm playing receiver, or I'm playing safety. He's the number 1 receiver or safety, number 1 prospect in the state still, and it's not close. Like Keyshawn Henderson and Jermaine Bishop are like guys that, like, God reached down to and said, like, you're on this earth to play football. Like, it's like those type of things. It just, the God-gifted talent those 2 dudes have, it's awesome getting to see them play and perform and just dominate other regular high schoolers, because they're far from that. Y'all were talking about Jason Witten's haircut. Yeah, I don't remember that. And, we got to cover his son, so I'm not going to have anything bad to say there. Doubt it's worse than mine. David Keith Williams says, what is your view of Jamarian Carlton? Multiple services rank him just outside of 5-star status. His reported weight is 260, and he's recruited as a D end. I think he will grow into a D tackle. It's a great question. I view him in the same way I view Lance Jackson, where he's more edge than D-line now, but he can grow into D-line. I do think Carlton's body type is going to keep him at edge long term, but I mean, this is a kid who's 6'4.5", 260, and has like an 84.5-inch wing. Like his frame can hold over 300 pounds if it really comes down to it. But I don't think I think the best case scenario for him is to stay at edge, play around 260 or 270, maybe even 280. I mean, the kid is just so long. He has so much frame space, and he's so athletic. Usually you keep the guys that are that explosive off the line, attacking the tackles and not the guards. But I love him. I've always been high on him. I think he should be a 5-star. He's wired the right way. He's, focused, has in his mind he's going to get out of Temple, will be the first kid in his family, first person in his family to ever go to college. That means a lot. And he's also never really had a true offseason. This is the first offseason he's had where he didn't play AAU. He played basketball for his high school, though. He's been a varsity starter since his freshman year at Temple. He's been Temple's best basketball player since his sophomore year. And also ran track this year. He threw a shot put like 39 or 41 feet and also ran like 11.4 at 250. So they love him. It's all God-gifted. He's still super raw. He'll need at least a year, I think, to really play no matter where he goes to develop and, refine his body before rotating in or starting in year 2. But I absolutely love the kid, and I do think he'll hit one day as a 5-star and an eventual first-round pick. So I'm hoping we get him back in the top 32 because they've kind of jigsawed him from like the 20s to the 40s to the 20s to the 40s. And I don't know, just gets annoying because then people comment, I thought he was a 5-star or whatever. But nonetheless, love the player. Also hiring him the most. I've also seen him in person more than I think anyone else in the industry. What else do we have? A&M just posted they finished 15th in the Director's Cup. Great job. Nathan said Jordan, Zach Turner at Duncanville seems to be getting a lot of interest from programs. Yes, I think he's a guy Texas could potentially pivot to if like tight end recruiting goes fully to crap and they miss on Keave Brown somehow. But I don't think it'd be a smart idea. He's an undersized tight end that has primarily been a receiving threat and doesn't necessarily test well. So very like I can't think of a single undersized tight end that tested poorly that panned out in college and wasn't in the portal eventually. So I think he's a good fit at Pitt, maybe at Miami, the things they do with tight ends. But I very much think he is kind of what he is. He's a 3-star tight end, high floor player, but lower ceiling.
Too much of a tweener and a guy that hasn't really developed a skill set at one position for Texas to go all in for.
Yeah. Manchester Red said, any chance we land Trenton Henderson, Jamarian Carlton, and Richard Wesley for edge, and Henderson stays light enough to be a jumbo buck end after Colin? Yeah. I mean, I could see that happening. By no means do I think it'll happen. Henderson, Carlton, and Wesley. And Henderson commits July 2nd. We like Florida over Texas right now. Texas still has a shot, and Carlton commits the 10th. We like Texas over Baylor and LSU right now, but those other 2 schools still have a shot. The thing is, if Wesley, who's already committed, gets joined in a class by Henderson on the 2nd, they'd have 2 5-star edges, Jamarian Carlton to make it 3rd. And I could see Carlton kind of see those 2 5-star edges and being like, why don't I go to Baylor or LSU? I'll play earlier no matter what. So that's one thing I'm kind of worried about. I have been told that Carlton's going to stick to his July 10th date. So, we'll see what happens. Texas, they got a battle versus Henderson or battle versus Florida for Henderson. So I do think chances are higher. Henderson goes to Florida. Carlton ends up at Texas. Coach Top, I know. Trust me, I get it. I get it with Keyshawn. A lot of people said the same thing about Keelan, and I think they're kind of right to some degree, but hey, there's always something special about staying home and putting on for the hometown. Hey, David Keith Williams, we've missed you. We haven't seen you in a minute. You have some great comments. So Jermaine Bishop could be a Ramon Taylor type of offensive weapon for Texas. I hope he gets to 180 by his sophomore year. I don't know if he runs a 4.4, but his ability with the ball is exceptional. I don't know about Ramon Taylor because, Jermaine isn't really going to be in the backfield unless Sark is really on some BS scheming some crazy stuff up. But I see the vision. He'll be moved around the offense a lot if he plays offense and will line up in a lot of different spots. I would say
but very, very low. close to zero.
It's a non-zero, but it is very low, like you said. Who does ESPN's rankings? They have 3 guys. They barely ever see the kids in person, though. ESPN is affiliated with the Under Armour camp circuit, so they have access to all that data, unlike On3 or Rivals does. So ESPN and 247 are the only sites that have access to the Under Armour data. By the way, that's very important. And they very rarely see kids in person unless it's like one of those games, those high school games that's broadcasted on ESPN. So for the most part, they're watching, highlights and just film and I guess whatever from the camp circuit. But
another one about who is committing tomorrow. There's actually a couple names. Chase Calicut, I believe, will be first, committing at OT7 in Florida. And then Damari Simeon out of New Jersey, defensive lineman. Texas seems to be maybe the leader at this point, but it's going to come down to the buzzer. It's all about numbers on the table. And while Texas may not have the biggest offer right now, they could be in front. And then Malachi Lee, the Hawaiian offensive tackle. And we really like Michigan there for now. But somewhat one of my favorite prospects in the class, and would love to see that flip over the next 24 hours or so. So we've got 3 big ones tomorrow.
Yeah, here's my take on all 3. Calicut, it's Georgia or Texas. Michigan's not in it. Both teams have reason to have confidence, and for good reason. But I think he's going to Georgia. I think they're going to edge Texas out tomorrow. Damari Simeon, we had some confidence in Texas earlier this week. But it seems like Penn State stepped up, read through the lines there. So now we're kind of expecting now to be Penn State or Ohio State, just not Texas, as of Thursday at 11:06 a.m. Central Time. And then Malachi Lee, like you said, Texas, Michigan, Georgia, and Alabama, they're there on the periphery, but it's really Texas versus Michigan. We lean Michigan. We expect Texas to get not only Felix Ojo, but John Turntine as well. And, hey, those 2 are going to be expensive. It's hard to, pay 3 top 100 offensive line prospects, probably around 7 figures each, if not more. So there's that. So I'd say lead to Michigan, Simeon to Penn State or Ohio State, and Calicut to Georgia. But, hey, we'll see. We've seen crazier things happen. Texas turned the momentum real quick and all that. You want to do one more question, the one right here?
Let's do one more, and then let's all
right. So what is your view, David Keith Williams said, what is your view of Chase Calicut and his play similarity to Jonah Williams, Ellis Hicks, Jelani McDonald, and Derek Williams? I think Devon Benjamin may be a better safety fit. First off, there's no Jonah Williams. I've never covered a 6'2", 205-pound safety who could have been an MLB draft pick out of high school and has tested like he does. He's one of one. You're not supposed to get that. Zealous Hicks, on the other hand, he's better than Zealous Hicks. I don't think that's close. Everyone yelled at us for bumping Zealous Hicks down from a 4-star to a 3-star when he reclassed. Watch his junior year tape. There's one passing play on that highlight reel. I'm not joking. It's all run support. There's one passing play, and it's when the quarterback overthrows the receiver by 10 yards and the ball falls out of the sky in Hicks's hands. Like, he has a long way to go in the pass game. The run game, pretty advanced, but he needs to learn a lot in the pass game. Isn't going to play for several years. Jelani McDonald, that's probably who I'd say is most similar to. Calicut, he can man up at corner. He can play the nickel. He's physical. He can play safety. The thing with him, he doesn't really know how to backpedal like a lot of these other DB recruits. So he kind of just roams around. So I'd say similar to Jelani and just height, weight, speed guy who's very raw out of high school, but checks like effectively every single box for NFL draft pick one day. And then Devon Benjamin, he can be a corner or safety. I'd say he's a little more versatile than Calicut. Calicut's ranked lower, and I'd probably agree with that. I think Benjamin's a safer prospect to hit or pan out, but I think Calicut has the highest ceiling. And for what it's worth, Calicut is a legit enough defensive back to the point where, like, Texas and safety are kind of more so pitching, or Texas is pitching him more so as a safety that would also kind of be a DB where he plays everywhere. Same with Michigan. Georgia straight up telling him you're playing corner and that's it. So I think that's very interesting. But Devon Benjamin might be a better fit. It's really, pick your poison at that point. Both are great options. Both would be great options for Texas. So there's that. But hey, we're gonna get out of here and go sweat our balls off and call it station. Hopefully, we're not complaining too much. I might be on tomorrow. I might be off. I'm not sure. Still figuring that out. And yeah, but hey, y'all have a great Thursday. This is the Lone Star Playbook, and we'll see you. Peace.
See you.